Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate each and everyone continued support. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for your usual support. Really appreciate each and everyone. And remember to like up the live when you come in. Um, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support as well by subscribing. Really appreciate each and every one of you. I'm gonna just quickly welcome those in the chat. I can see Truck Life, blessings, Mystic Sensation, blessings to you as well, Truck Life. Moya was here earlier. Happy Friday, thank you so much. And RJ, welcome, welcome, thank you. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I am not going to take up too much time because I know it's with what is happening, it's going to be a burning issue tonight. So I'm going to hand over right away to Baron and then do some housekeeping. So Baron,
okay,
start the discussion. Oops, sorry. Welcome, Miss Brown. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining
in. All right. Once again, my ardent listeners, as a Friday, of course, we are gathered here to interact as usual, right? This week, this Friday, right? Very heated issues, as we all been aware of, the cruelty that has been done as it relates to the Prime Minister, right, taking substantial increase and have no sympathy, right, or no regards for the common people, right? We have seen this viciousness. But before I start, right, in terms of getting into the details, we have a couple subject matter that we are going to discuss tonight, including digital currencies, right? Explain digital currency to people. So we have we are packed tonight as it relates to the subjects, and of course very heated, right? Because of course we are now seeing the sign of an autocrat in the making. And I'm going to explain it, that what we have on our hands, right, we had voted for, right, an Andrew Holness. And instead of we get an Andrew Holness, as you have seen on the thumbnail, we get a P.W. Botha, a dictator that we have to deal with, right? And so then, of course, we are going to get into the detail, but we are going to use a son of our soil, a legendary, to remind these political vampires that we are truly deserved of the benefits of Jamaica, because we have toiled for it. We have slaved for it. We have labored for it. Over 60 years, we haven't got any sort of representation. So tonight, let me lead out with our legendary Bob Marley to tell them our position today and what needs to happen. We need to chase those crazy ballad out of town without any hesitation. Bob Marley, to my ardent listeners, we don't care about, we are not here in terms of making profit. We are here to process information to people. So we don't care about YouTube compensation. We are doing this for the people. And so then we are going to lead out with our legendary tonight. Yes, chase those crazy ballhead out of town. Without any hesitation on it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play, but let me just welcome those who have just joined in. Welcome, straight up. Happy Friday to you.
Bless yourself, straight up.
Pinto, welcome. Happy Friday, Daniel. Welcome. Miss Cooking with Miss Brown, welcome. Sweet Escapes, welcome. Happy Friday to you, Samantha. Happy Friday to you. The Taylor's family, welcome. Thank you so much, guys, for joining in. All right, so
and before we play that, remember we said we vote for an Andrew Holness, but instead we have gotten a P.W. Bota. We voted for a Nigel Clark, but instead we have gotten ourselves a Thomas Thistlewood. Without any hesitation, Bob Marley, lead us in this day and time. Blessings, all my ardent listener. Bless up yourself, Sweet Escape, for that donation.
Thank you so much for that super sticker. Really appreciate it.
And love you.
RJ saying, Trace Joe's crazy politician
out of town.
I'm
yes.
telling you.
So we have to make sure, because when we get into tonight, we are going to create the utmost energy, letting them know that we're tired of them. We want them out of our space and out of our environment without any hesitation.
Okay,
let us kick it off.
Please don't leave out the first lady's almost $1 billion housing project. I don't remember seeing that on their integrity filing.
Okay, all right. Bless up for that. Straight up.
I'm just speechless tonight because honestly, this is like a kick in the stomach.
This is a volcanic eruption.
It's like a kick in the stomach.
All right.
Okay.
Them crazy. We gonna chase those crazy ballets out of town. Chase those crazy ballets out of a town. And I build the cabin. And I plant the corn. Didn't my people before me slave for this country? Now you look me with that scorn. Then you heat up all my corn. We gonna chase those crazy. Chase them crazy. Chase those crazy ballets out of town. Steady little bit, step, stop, step, till you don't stop, to let up and get it. Start a little, tip, start let up, stop, stay to the bit. Build your penitentiaries. We build your schools. Brainwash education to make us the fools. Hatred you reward for our love. Telling us of your God above. We gonna chase those crazy. Chase those crazy bumpers. Chase those crazy bullets out of the yard.
Yes, my ardent listeners. Yes, we have to give off that energy, right, as it relates to what we have been, witnessing. And let me say this, because, of course, we know how the narcissistic mind think as it relates to Andrew Holness. And in spite of all that we are seeing as it relates to the opposition leader, of course, Mark Golding, right, go against the increase. I will tell the Jamaican people in locally and in the diaspora that a heart like Andrew Holness will not going to ever roll back that increase. The mission of the Jamaica Labour Party taking over the arms of power from 2016, they have finally achieved their mission. Their primary goal finally achieved. Utilizing legal policy to rob the treasury of the Jamaican people. Right? And where we have no representation, right, from these politicians. The structure of the political process has no accountability within its process as it relates to all politicians accountable even to the responsibility of their constituency. I was surprised to learn that the members of parliament doesn't have a job description. Simply means that they cannot be accountable as it relates to their constituency in terms of a KPI, key performance index, or a performance matrix. That was what I suspected, the way they were behaving. And if you, for persons who are following me, right, I stated some time ago, a week or two back, that you need a performance matrix for these politicians to show their worth in their constituency. But I can't believe that the political structure has not designed in that regards. People, I am going to play a clip and you are going to surprise in terms of the information that is coming out of there. That we cannot hold our members of parliament accountable, right, to, show natural progression, right, as it relates to developing their constituency. This is crazy. This is not representation politics. That means we are what? Paying politicians to do nothing. This is crazy. So I am going to play a clip as it relates to because you know what I observe, my people. What I observe, I realize that whenever Andrew Holness make a mess of himself, like what he had done now, it seems like persons want to say that, okay, Mark Golding, right, need to be held responsible. You understand, for some of the issues. You will hear situations like, right, Mark Golding is not opposing, Mark Golding is just silent, Mark Golding is this, and the truth be told, I am going to show people certain things as it relates to certain policy and the way of the electorate vote, right, that render Mark Golding that he cannot make any policy shift based on how the electorate voted. But before, as I talk about Mark Golding, a man of integrity, and what happened as it relates to this particular increase that the Prime Minister has given himself, because it's all about him securing his pension. Because it is not like Andrew Holness never know that this is going to have a backlash. Andrew Holness is very calculated. Andrew Holness knows that what he has done is what we call a political suicide. But when Andrew Holness look on the poll and realize how social media is against him, and as a result of social media reflecting the truth equal to his lies, and realizing that he is losing in the poll, Andrew Holness make a wicked, calculated move like this to punish the electorate. Andrew Holness deliberately, intentionally, knowing very well that this is going to hurt the Jamaican people. For any surplus that we have gained, this is going to tamper with our surplus. Andrew Holness know that. Andrew Holness know that we have high debt burden to pay to China, high debt burden to pay to IMF. Andrew Holness know the state of our economy. This is Andrew Holness doing. I have no one else to blame. Nigel Clark is only following instruction from Botha himself. And he has no care in wielding the whip. But let me show you someone who has clear, because tonight I am going to bring down the heat. Now, let me show you when we say that we need to galvanize around Mark Golding. We need for all PNP candidates to hold firm the unity, because this is no time to gaze. We have no time to gaze. We have a dictator on our hands. These increases to judges, right? And certain move that Andrew Holness is making.
Calculated.
I am going to show you why certain things is dangerous. And we are going to look on the two decisions that the electorate made in 2016 and 2020 that changes the situation for the worse and bring on itself a dictator in the making. But let me show you the type of character in Mark Golding and the type of person who is considerate, the type of person who, if he was in Andrew Holness' position, wouldn't have made a move like this, knowing how fragile our economy is. There is no justification for the evil what Andrew Holness had committed. Absolutely no justification. Andrew Holness technically secure his pension. And don't believe that Andrew Holness have any love for the opposition, and that is the reason why he made such an increase to benefit the opposition. Andrew Holness know very well that if he doesn't, and which he believe that he's not going to win the election, so even when we make him the opposition, he is going to be still comfortable.
Securing pension.
Andrew Holness is calculated. People, Andrew Holness. This is Andrew Holness and nobody else. So this is the first sign of the first clear sign to show you that an autocratic person is in the making of our political system. But let me reflect on Mark Golding, someone who has sympathy, someone who has empathy, someone who is able to empathize with the Jamaican people and understanding the economy as it relates to our GDP. Someone who understands, because one of our two failures, our two significant failures that result in inflation, and you will know this, and we all know this. The two main reasons for our inflation, right, is the fact that we lack productivity. We are not producing as much. And the bigger chunk of what causes our inflation is to the fact that our members of parliament is corrupted to the core. We have seen budgets upon budgets overrun, and all of that money gone into the pocket of these political vampires, monsters, and crusaders, bringing out the Willie Lynch syndrome: divide and rule, separate them and us. When Andrew want to speak about the poor, he doesn't understand that definition. Andrew Holness is, based on what we are seeing, is a well-established oil machine con artist. Andrew Holness is a political con artist. So then I am going to show you and play for you someone who we want to lead. And for persons who believe that Mark Golding is too soft, Mark Golding has done a lot as it relates to drafting many policies. So people need to know this. And so then I am not going to make you hear from me. I am going to play the clip and show you why we need to galvanize ourselves around Mark Golding, right? Without any hesitation. My co-pilot, please play the clip. I have a wonderful co-pilot, so when we take off at the airport, I guarantee that we are going to land this flight safely tonight. All right? Thank you.
Okay, pilot.
All right.
Okay, guys, so welcome to those who've recently joined. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate each one being here. Really appreciate the support.
Oh, yes, and I love that. People like up the live, honestly. All right. Before I play this clip, I want to tell my ardent listeners that it is not only my channel that is burning the fire. We have Jamaican Carlos, right? Trust me, a spiritual brother like mine, burning the flames. I can feel his heart many times when I go over his channel, right? We have Talk Your Mind. We have Andre Stevens. We have Wayne Lonesome. These are channels that people over here, you understand, feel happy and free to run over there too. Because it's all about spreading the information and where you can broaden your horizon. You hear a little piece from this platform, you hear a little piece from that platform, and you widen your horizon. So this Mystic Sensation is just a portion of the information processing delivering the message. And so then I want you, for you all, when you finish here, right, give some endorsement to Jamaica Carlos. People who want to subscribe, please subscribe to the brothers. They are carrying out the mission, serious mission. Andre Stevens, another powerhouse, carrying out the mission. People, we need to make sure that these persons stay on social media because their purposes are true to the core. And if we lose any, talk your mind, if we lose any of these, trust me, we lose something that is important, something that is going to build our awareness. So without any hesitation, right, support these people, right? And I thank for persons who subscribe to us, supporting us to make the journey continuous. We are not going to stop from fight, because what we are fighting for is to see nation building, is to see Jamaica reach that status where we Jamaican, right, can be benefited. You heard what Bob Marley said. Bob Marley said, "Is we who build all what need to be built." And what they have given us, their brainwash education, right? When you see Nigel Clark comes out and talk about his algorithm and try to justify his falsehood, his falseness, these are the things that we talk about, right? What we need to have and need to build back Jamaica is the nucleus of unity. And so then when I speak of those brothers, the Jamaican callers, we are building the nucleus of unity. And we are not going to stop speaking about SSL and where, if the investigation lead where Andrew Holness need to be investigated. And if needs be, that he needs to be charged, we are going to make sure that our next Prime Minister lead an investigation into SSL where Andrew Holness is one of the primary subject. And I am not hesitating until we see justice. This is not about we just make someone just lose the election and set aside with all of the wealth that he gained, right, from us, suppressing us. We want to see charges bring forth. So their delayed tactics that they are using, all of those things that they are using, we, for the next Prime Minister that will be coming in, that's the mandate that we will be giving that Prime Minister to reopen investigation in SSL. So without any hesitation, let me introduce, right, our next Prime Minister in the making, a man of integrity, a man who deals with honesty, a man who in the background, right, has been shaping policies, right, to hold politicians accountable, a man who, after the evil, speak in giving raise, a man who willingly taking 80% of that to share out to the people. Be blessed and of course highly regard Mark Golden for that sympathetic act, that empathetic act, putting himself in our shoes, sympathize and empathize. So without any hesitation, allow me to play that clip.
Okay. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate each and everyone. And also thank you for that super sticker, Audrey. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so let me just unshare now like that again.
All right, here you go.
Which one is the title again?
Okay.
One sec.
Just bear with us.
There are so many to go through.
Protest in Kingston.
Okay, that one.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Leader Mark Golding says he will only be accepting 20% of the increase, which was announced by Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark in the House of Representatives earlier this week. This is in line with the increase that the majority of the public sector has received following the compensation review program by the government. Speaking at a PNP conference a short while ago, Mr. Golding said that the increases for the public directorate is basically a slap in the face of other public sector workers.
As leader of the opposition, I must lead by example at a time like this. I will therefore redirect the bulk of the 240+% increase in my pay and retain 20% of that increase and contribute the rest to persons in need and other worthy causes. I intend to do this until the outstanding grouses affecting the public sector workers arising out of the restructuring have been satisfactorily addressed.
The opposition has also called for a delay in the implementation of the salary increases for the political directorate. The call was made by opposition spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson.
The second thing we are calling for is a reconsideration of the alignment of a minister to be $1 above the highest scale in the permanent secretary's band. We are saying that that alignment should be more in the middle of the band. So right now it reflects $1 above the 23 million. It should be lower, somewhere in the middle, in the range of probably the mid-range of probably about 19 to 20. That would obviously necessitate a downward adjustment in all the other salaries because, for example, a member of parliament earns a percentage of what a cabinet minister earns. So our position.
Shameful, outrageous, and vulgar were just some of the words used by the scores of angry Jamaicans who showed up at the Emancipation Park in St. Andrew this morning, protesting the significant salary increases given to the political directorate. Our reporter Jamila Maitland was there.
Canadians dentists are shocked with this new $77 ultrasonic device. This revolutionary dental device.
We want justice! We want justice! We want justice! We want justice!
Now, not even the sweltering heat could stop the angry protesters from shouting out their disgust and disapproval for what they describe as unjust and inequitable salary increases given to the political directorate. Now, I'm at the Emancipation Park where just about a handful of people are here right now, and it's close to midday. However, earlier this morning when the protest had started, there were just a few. And at about 9 o'clock, that number ballooned into about 100 people, with hundreds more honking in solidarity for the gathering.
This level of increase is shameful, disgraceful, and unacceptable. And when it seems as if it is carefully orchestrated, that it goes into the matter of being immoral. I think that they need to roll it back in sensitivity to our present economic plight and as an identity with persons who are suffering and for whom they can't afford to give the level of increases that they deserve.
Leaders of this country, you need to roll back this unfair, evil increase. It is a dagger in the heart of every teacher that you stood up and said to us. You had us in a meeting with our union all day, such, and you said to us, this is the best deal that you could have offered us. And we are saying to you, you lied to us. If you can take this increase for yourself, you lied to us, and we are saying, do better, care about this country.
As news of the protest spreads online, we believe that more people are expected to make their way here to the Emancipation Park. And there are those who say they will be coming here in their lunch break. Notably, no one or no group has claimed responsibility for the gathering, but we did overhear plans for another demonstration that would likely be even bigger and has more impact.
We don't want a 90 wonder.
No!
Don't want a 90 wonder.
Blow your eye.
Right. Okay. Now, my ardent listeners, I want to share with you a little information as it relates to right? Our thinking level. 13 years ago, my wife and myself, right, with DJ, with Dawiz, create a production, a music production, a music label, Love and Joy Rhythm, that belongs to us. And we have conscious lyrical content to that rhythm. And also Vibes Cartel did one of the best cultural song on that rhythm. We work on 2 songs that we think powerful sending message as it relates to the struggle. And so then one of the artists that I featured on the rhythm, I am going to play this and then I get into the chat, was Susan Perkins, right, that I placed on this rhythm. And when you listen this song, speaking of the political process and the suffrage of Jamaican people. And that compilation also was complemented by Vibes Cartel single. But before I put out Vibes Cartel single and My Love and Joy Rhythm, I am going to have you listen to Susan Perkins. All right? Stay tuned, my ardent listeners.
Okay, all right, let me just quickly share that again. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone.
Eternal Father, bless soul and guide us with thy mighty hand. Them things say them fool away, yeah. Them things say them fool me, yeah. But only Jah know half of them evil starts to me people them, yeah. Them rob poor people night and day. Me tell us the only the rich they see the pay, yeah. Cause when them drug tax we get nothing from that, and we're gonna survive in the storm. Freedom from the tax, cause me little fear can't take that, yeah. Freedom from poverty, so the little picnic can live free. Say him crying freedom when me granny papa, justice and peace running on one other, yeah. Freedom, freedom.
All right.
Say you got your money, your car, living like a star, but still you're far from Jah. Say you got your life, that's great, but you're not holy faith. See, say you're far from Jah. Say you got your money, your car, living like a star, but still you're...
Yes, as Susan Perkins of it, freedom from the tax. Because our little pay can't take that. A message that is appealing to this time. And the level of cruelty, indiscretionate politicians that we have. Right? But I tell you, that we are going to see a better Jamaica. We are not going to stop from fight for the Jamaican people because we are Jamaican and we love our country. And so then, of course, we are going to go into the chat, interact a bit with my ardent listeners, and then we move on as it relates to our discussion tonight. All right, so let us go into the chat and see what some of those persons are
Let
saying.
me go back up here
And-
because there's some things.
Okay.
All right. Triangle was saying that's why I'm not in favor for independence from England. We're not disciplined enough and too corrupt.
Okay, definitely. That's true. Triangle, right? I endorse that. All right, that's the words of Triangle there. The people have risen up. They are no fools anymore. We have seen, as it relates to what Delia said, and I believe that the Jamaican people are coming to grips, right, and realizing, right, and as it relates to where social media comes in, right, shedding the light and processing the information, the people are falling in line. Straight up, my original wingman, the cabinet will be shuffled now that the old men to be moved out will secure their pension based on the new salaries. That's what they were waiting for. But let me answer you straight up. We are giving such salaries to non-performance, all of them, except a few. Let me say that. Let me be truthful here. Except a few. But majority of them are non-performer. Non-performer. We can look in Portland. See how the people are struggling there for water. Water is one of our primary commodity. And you're going to tell me, after 60 years within the political process, 2023, we have people struggling for water. And Darren Vance believed that he had done a lot for the people. He took his personal money and he took care for the people. Right? The people need to send you a message. Need to send you a message. And so then when we talk about performance matrix, where we call it in Canada, in terms of assessing your performance, or in Jamaica call it KPI, Key Performance Index. And you don't have that drafted in the political process so that members of parliament can be given tasks and where their task in terms of how they accomplish the task being given, being measured. You don't have a performance matrix. So then you can't hold the politician accountable. People, we don't get down into that mess yet.
That's what they need.
They don't have a job description. Members of parliament, people believe what I'm saying. The members of parliament don't come with a job description. So we can have a KPI for them, key performance index, or a performance matrix for them to measure them how they are performing in the constituency. Then why are we voting for them? This is serious. What sort of political structure that we are carrying? And these persons have PhD, bachelors, right? Tertiary level education, and they don't see that something wrong with the political structure. Where you don't have a KPI index within the political structure. This is crazy. Simply means that we are voting for them and they are not representing us, and we can't hold them accountability as it relates to them have a particular task in the constituency to move their constituency forward. People, we are going to discuss that later. This is crazy. Arthur Phillips said Mr. Vaz don't want any pipe to be laid for the people to get water. He and his wife won't make any money from their water truck And let me tell you something, what Arthur Phillips said. This is no lie. Put back Arthur Phillips here. Make the people see what Arthur Phillips said. This is no lie. You have, this is the viciousness of these politicians. Where Darrell Valls, if you look on the truck, Darrell Valls' picture printed on the water trucks. Printed on the water trucks. Who all the people run? Listen to me. The people voted for him. And that is what the evil. This is 100% pure evil. Using the water truck to collect money. Right? And instead of he give the people who voted him in to ease up the pressure, to take his foot from out of the people's neck. But he preferred to keep it there, suppress and depress the people. That's evil. That's evil. Mixing with the Moffat, the man done set up themselves to Rockstone. This coming like modern day scamming.
It is modern day scamming.
Modern day slavery too.
They are legally stealing the money.
And so then this is what they create now as it relates to Andrew Holness. Because we caught him red-handed in the cookie. People, I want you to understand me and listen to what I'm saying here. We caught him red-handed in the cookie. Where the Integrity Commission is concerned. Caught him red-handed, breaching the procurement rules. Where Andrew Holness set up the 5 companies and solicit, you understand, taxpayers' money. You understand, an overcharge. Where it goes to Gavin and him collect that. Because we catch him in, you understand, the cookie jar. He had now done it legally, pilfering the treasury. There's no justification for the raids. And so then he decided that we can't stop him from taking it if he wants to take it. So Andrew Holness is showing us that he can take it and we cannot touch him. And so then he sweetened the judge. He sweetened the judge, right? But as I said to the judge, don't judicially malign yourself, because there are going to be changes when we see the back of Andrew.
Okay.
So let us...
We have a few more just quickly.
Okay.
So Fireburn was saying,
to me,
only ask for a suspension. Why not a retraction of the entire increase?
Okay. I think he's referring to Margoli.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you what happened? Suspension, and I understand where you are going to, as it relates to the outright condemnation of it. I think that is what you are saying, Fireburn, right? Why should we trust PNP and GLP for that matter? All right, Fireburn. I am going to answer you, Fireburn. And first, I have to respect your curiosity, because this is the position, not only you, Fireburn, many people, right, are in that state of mind. Why should we trust Margolin? Because the reason for you to in that state of mind, because we have trusted politicians over 60 years. Over 60 years. But let me say this to you, and this is what I am going to go to next, right? When Michael Manley, because I can tell anyone this, that Michael Manley is a true legend who fought for people's rights, particularly poor people. So let me tell you some things that Michael Manley done. First thing that Michael Manley did was to create the philosophy of democratic socialism. What does that mean? Michael Manley realized that for us to survive, we have to have the nucleus of unity. We have to have us unite in one accord. We have to have us working together, looking out for each other. When I was training at the police academy, one of the attributes that I was learned was that a chain is as strong as its weakest link, expert the core. That's what they call it. And so then Michael Manley realized that we have to have our mind set on nation building by having every single citizen having the idea that they are working to build the economy and so play a part in the economy. And so then the economic model that we use during Michael Manley time was the economic model that we call mixed economic, where private sectors and the government merge to make decision making in the interests that benefits the people. I am going to remind you that also Michael Manley fought for equal pay for women. Michael Manley had done that. Michael Manley legislated equal pay for women. Michael Manley also legislated 40 hours work, 40 hours paid, any hour beyond that should be paid time and a half. Michael Manley had done that under democratic socialism. Let us shift to the Jamaica Labour Party, utilizing capitalism. And where they only move towards private sector, shifting the economic model. Remember that our economic model was so good when we are doing mixed economy that Singapore president came to Jamaica and adopt that principle. But we have lost that principle. Edward Philip George Siaga, and what I'm going to say tonight is the living truth. Edward Philip George Siaga is the one that trained Andrew Holness. What you are seeing of Andrew Holness, or P.W. Botha, or Edward Philip George Siaga is the philosophy, the mentality of the man. And so then what we are getting is Edward Siaga 2.0, P.W. Botha. Now let me justify it. Let me justify this because they want me to go there. We have history. And history will have to teach the people a lesson. And so then, when we look at that, Fireborn said, my friend, my brother Manley was an earthly god. There will be no other like Manley. Take PNP track record as soon as some of the longest sitting prime minister. Hold it, Fireborn. I am getting there. To show you the viciousness what stopped democratic socialism to progress, Edward Philip George Siaga propagandized Michael Manley because he realized that he did not stand a chance in the election. For many persons who have an awareness of this will give you testimony that I am speaking the truth. Edward Philip George Siaga propagandized Michael Manley that he is moving towards communists and claiming that Michael Manley has a communist mentality. The CIA, right, works with him to damage democratic socialism based on the lie that Edward Philip George Siaga sowed in Jamaica. And this is how democratic socialism was defeated. Andrew Holness is doing the same thing. And even when we have the evidence and the clip that the narcissist, the autocrat, even when we play it on social media, he said that social media is lying. We show him clip when he demonstrate, when he said he grew up in a one-room bed house, one-room boat house, and show him another clip when he said he grew up in a two-room bedroom house. But we understand who Andrew Holness is. A liar, a deceiver. Why you think P.J. Patterson became the longest serving prime minister in Jamaica? It was for a reason. It was for a reason that people were keeping out Jamaica Labour Party from venturing into power because they know the evil of Jamaica Labour Party. Jamaica Labour Party evil is not just today. It is from the history of our political process. I am not speaking something that you cannot search on Google and cannot find. Everything that I speak out of my mouth, you can research. It is there on Google. And so then we see democratic socialism dissipate on a fabricated lie by Edward Philip George Siaga. And so then people, we have to learn our political history. And so then we are going to proceed tonight. And so then, of course, the panel is going to get hotter now. And we are going to show the evil of the political process. And I hope I answer fire burn. So that is my reason to be backing Mark Golding, who defending now democratic socialism, to move democratic socialism forward once again. Right? Andrew Holness is evil in personification. There's no joke about this. And so then we are going to proceed as it relates to what I have here. The next, what we're going to play, panel discussion. People, before I go into that, Delroy, honestly, this is it. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own raise you up in time challenging circumstances. But a man can put words together. I tell you, I am so happy for my panel. Some brilliancy that keep flowing out of my panel. It's so wonderful and so sweet. Jamaica today is at the crossroad. And no joke about that. We are at a juncture that we have to realize it. But you know what? Our people are coming. Our people are putting it together. Putting the puzzles together. Arthur Phillips, Mystic, my father, told me the history of what happened in those days. We are here to pass on the information to our people. We are here. We want to save Jamaica from the vampires. Byron, up to now, my workplace can't come to an agreement for increased wages. Well, it's what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying. What also, as I talk about that mixing, and people might not realize that what happened to also this raise increase that the Prime Minister Andrew Holness said. If people realize it, right, and go back over, right, the clips, even on all angles, you will see that the raise should be in effect from 2021. So you know the millions of dollars in retroactive that are going to the members of parliament, particularly him, Andrew Holness. This man is vicious. Vicious. So then, having done that, is he going to come out and ask Jamaican people to vote for him? And trust me, I don't surprise. I don't surprise, right? But before I go in there, I want to talk to my Jamaican people a little bit. Really want to talk to you a little bit. Explain the difference between social democrats, right? Social democrats and socialism. Well, I mean, social democrats, Fireburn, right, are the persons who buy into the philosophy, right, as it relates to socialism, right? Because we know what democratic socialism is in terms of, you know, persons working together, right, and to ensure that each one play a part in, right, the economic success, right? And so then everyone is a stakeholder, if you want to put it into that perspective. Everyone is a stakeholder within the economy. When you have private sector running the economy, that's not how it is. Private sector drive the economy with capitalism. And so then the fundamental difference is there. All right, so let me just, Arthur Philip Agee was a CIA officer who, Agee was a CIA officer who was involved in the destruction of Jamaica, and yet he died in Cuba. Can you imagine? I'm glad, Arthur, you are backing me up with the history. Because the history cannot hide. The history is there. So what I want to talk to my Jamaican people about is I'm going to teach as it relates to the system of our politics and the way how we vote, right? I am going to show you two samples between 2016 and 2020. And the reason why I'm doing this is for people to understand that when certain things happen, you will understand why Mark Golding or the People's National Party cannot oppose. They really cannot oppose because of how the electorate voted. And I am going to explain that to you. I am going to put it up and show you, right, as it relates to, you know, how policies transcend through the parliament, right, where you have a bill, they discuss and debate on it, right, and depending on, you know, the amount of vote, right, on that, then that will now goes to the Prime Minister desk to sign on, depending on the threshold amount that it needed to pass. So let me show you, Jamaica, why it's significant for you to understand these things. So when the electorate vote, and when we say the electorate, we just simply means the common people who are voting for a political party, right, are the voters. Generally, the voters are the electorate. So I don't want to use words where might be, you know, some people don't understand. So when we say the electorate, we're talking about voters. So I'm going to show you two situations where the electorate decided. So then you can vote and give a political party a landslide victory. That landslide victory that you have given the political party, depending on the philosophy of the political party, it have advantages and disadvantages. People, I want you to listen to me keenly. When the electorate vote, on the electorate vote where you have a narrow margin win, like I said, at 32-31, it is good where we have a strong opposition, that if the incumbent party can't just pass certain policy because they have the vote or the numbers as it relates to members of parliament to pass it without consulting the opposition. I want you to understand something tonight, and I'm going to take you through it. So then, the danger of that, though, when you have a close marginal win, you can have sometimes political stonewalling. What does that mean? Simply means that if the incumbent party want to pass a policy, you know, we have 63 sitting members of parliament. And if the PNP have 32 and the GLP have 31, and a policy need to pass, and to pass that, it requires, say, 39 votes. PNP, who have 32 now, will have to convince 6 over the Jamaica Labour Party side to vote on the bill to make it pass, to become law. So without any hesitation, I'm going to show you something. And one of the reasons why I'm explaining this to you, because of what the electorate did in 2020 that put Andrew Holness in this position, and now Andrew Holness have ultimate power. Most of the policies that Andrew Holness wanted to pass, all of his members of parliament will support him, and he doesn't have to consult the People's National Party to pass those policies, because the electorate in 2020 broken the hands and feet of the People's National Party, the opposing party. So when you people are saying that Mark Golding not opposing, the truth of the matter, Mark Golding don't have the numbers to oppose. He only can speak on the matter. But the electorate rendering him weak. And I'm going to show it to you people. So you must understand that when Andrew Holness shit up himself, you don't go over and I say, Mark Golding need to do this and Mark Golding now oppose and blah, blah. You, the electorate, you, the voters, have decided that Mark, the opposition,
is going to be crippled.
Is going to be crippled and cannot oppose. And I'm going to show you where you have done that. So bring up the clip, honey, as it relates to the 2016 election electoral map, so that they can see it for themselves.
Okay, let me go ahead and share. Okay.
My people, when you come over Mystic Sensation, we want you to learn. So let us read, my people. And this is from Wikipedia. 2016 Jamaican general election. General elections were held in Jamaica on 25th of February 2016. The elections were largely a contest between the governing People's National Party and the opposition Jamaica Labour Party. The result was a narrow victory for the Jamaica Labour Party, which won 32 of the 63 seats, right? One political commentator described the poll as the closest election Jamaica has ever had. The Jamaica Labour Party share of the vote was the lowest of the winning party since 1962. If you look where I'm pointing the most here, you would have seen now seat 1, right? 32, and for the PNP, 31. So my people, let me talk to you about that poll. And if you look on the electoral map, come down here. Bring it up. So while we're bringing up the map, so that is the electoral map that you provided there. Partially equally spiced, my people. The orange represent People's National Party and the green represent the Jamaica Labour Party, going 32 seats, and People's National Party 31 seats, complete the 63 members of Parliament. What you are looking there, what it means that the electorate had given Jamaica a strong opposition to oppose the Jamaica Labour Party. So then Andrew Holness can't just get up and pass anything what he wanted to pass. My significant reason tonight to show this poll is that the Integrity Commission Act passed in 2017 simply means that the act was supported by both PNP and GLP. There is a significant reason why I'm speaking about the Integrity Commission Act. They are the ones who created and passed it, both PNP and GLP. People, there is the electoral map to prove my evidence. Honey, my co-pilot, move that away and put up the 2020. We are beating and teaching tonight.
Okay, that's the 2020.
So let us go to the 2020. What the electorate has done.
Sorry, 1 sec. It's not sharing. 1 sec. Let me just share it with you guys. 1 sec.
Okay. So guys, bring up the 2020. My co-pilot is firing tonight. When I have my co-pilot, I don't worry. My wife is equally good as me. Now, what you are seeing now is the 2020 Jamaican general election. The electorate speaks again. But this time, the electorate came with a vengeance. So let us read. General elections were held in Jamaica on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, to elect 63 members of parliament, as the Constitution stipulates a 5-year parliament term. The next elections were not expected until between 25 February and 10th June 2021. Andrew Holness, being the trickster and the deceiver, called a quick election via COVID. That's how deceitful and tricky he is. However, Prime Minister Andrew Holness called early elections to ensure a united response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and the advice of Holness, Governor General Patrick Allen, that he has now given a substantial raise. Dissolved Parliament on 13 August 2020. The result was a landslide victory. My people, this wasn't a landslide victory because only 37% of the electoral voters, the electorate, voted. Majority of the voters didn't vote. But the strong Jamaica Labour Party base came out and voted a substantial landslide victory. The victory that vote was 49 seats. Right? 1. So here where the mouse is showing you, right? Seats 1, 49, PNP 14. Let us look on the electoral map, what the electorate has done in 2020. 2020 had shifted the political objective. Andrew Holness on this political map has now given ultimate power over the Jamaican people. Now what we are seeing here, the possibility of Andrew Holness can now pass policy without consulting the People's National Party. Jamaican people, I want you to look at it and see the harm that you have done to yourself. Look on the map and see the atrocity that you have done to yourself. Look on the map and see the atrocity that with a dictator like this, he's on the mission to send us back in slavery. A mission like this and the ultimate power that the electorate has given him. This, my people, has done as a result of the ignorance of the electorate. Has given Andrew Holness and his demons a win and a power like this. Move it away, my co-pilot.
Okay, guys, so this election period, if you don't go out and vote, I'm going to get that back.
So then, let Mystic Sensation speak to you. So when you have Andrew Holness, Mystic Sensation, if people don't go out and exercise their democratic rights and vote, Jamaica will remain in a coma and become voiceless. I have a problem with the people who don't vote. I always travel to vote. 110% agree with you, sir. I endorse that. Jamaican people, the reason for me to show you that map is for you to understand the atrocities that the electorate has caused upon themselves. A man that used clerks to trample in the electorate necks. A man that ultimate power been given to. The danger of this, my people, the danger of this, that if Andrew Holness want to pass certain policy, the People's National Party cannot oppose it. People's National Party doesn't have the numbers to oppose it. People, you have seen the map and you have seen what you have done. Now, as a result of what we have done, we are facing the fire and the possibility that we have an autocratic leader on our hands. Many autocratic leaders, right? How you think they spring? They spring as a result of that and pass policies that they know is against the people. This is exactly what Andrew Holness did. Andrew Holness knows very well that the raise that he had given himself and other members of parliament, he knows that people are going to rebel. He knows that.
But
But-
we must remember, Baron, that it's not only him
Exactly.
that's getting the raise. We're having 5 other people that we're going to have to pay that money to. So it's 6.
Exactly.
Because you have Portia, you have Manley's wife, Siaga wife, Bruce Golden, and PJ that's going to be getting this money.
Yes,
so you have
honey.
to multiply it by 6.
I told you people that my co-pilot is equally bad like me. So then,
Blood a boil, trust me.
Arthur Phillips, look at when we hear now new taxes, we celebrate, not knowing that it's not good for the country. Now, as a result of that now, I am going to show you a panel discussion in terms of what being communicated there and where you are going to be amazed on the panel discussion. And without any further
So
ado,
1 sec, Baron, you need to answer Fireburn.
okay.
Oh, Arthur Phillips correcting. He said Mrs. Shearer too. We forgot Shearer.
Okay,
So
and
that's times 7.
that's times 7. Right? Let's be serious. What's the point of voting when your voices are not heard or when they abuse their power? We cannot remove them. So what's the point of voting? The point of voting is how you vote on the electoral map that I have shown you, the landslide victory that you have given them. But Arthur, your question is going to be further answered. Firebomb, your question is going to be further answered based on the clip that I'm going to play. You are going to hear something that is strange and we are going to dig into it. Because even me, myself, surprised. Even me, myself, surprised as it relates to the next clip that I'm going to play. So without any further ado, let us play the next clip and listen in to the panel discussion pertaining to the increase.
Okay, again, thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate each and every one. I'm not going to delay.
But before I play it, let I give you my next production on my rhythm as it relates to the suffrage of our people done by Vibes Cartel on Love and Joy rhythm, right?
Okay, guys, let me just share.
Okay, let us just share and let you just enjoy Vibes Cartel and the Love and Joy rhythm that produced by us.
And it's called Get a Cry.
All right, Get a Cry. So listening.
Yo, Sniper, what your question, you know? Babylon, why make you put so much burden on we? Society far secret. Tell me where the system I go do for my people. Not getting you, not know when to sleep, not no clothes for wear, not no food to eat. Oh my God. So them a hustle in the street, night on top of night, days on top of days, weeks on top of weeks. Get a youth, me nah stop. No, some me nah give up the fight. The system design up, we know now we survive. The politics corrupt the youth, I hit a start the strife. I hit a make we want to take, we want another life. In the yard and the garrison we come from. Them say the whole of we are criminal and gunman. Youth we pay the school fee where the first dollar we come from. John knows say we need a solution. Outstay, millionaire, Babylon, why make you put so much burden on me? Society far secret. Tell me where the system I go to for my people. Not get on you, not know when to sleep, not no clothes to wear, not no food to eat. Oh my God. So them a hustle in the street, night on top of night, days on top of days, weeks on top of weeks. Tell me where you are go do for black woman. No daddy, she no know. She and her mother one. Right girl in a class, she a number one. CXC a come around, no money for the exam. Society no for the garrison, no show. But from the best come the worst, history tell you so. Teacher make it be known. The stone. When the field of refusal is become the head cornerstone. Cornerstone. Them. Babylon will make you put so much burden on me. Society forsake we. Tell me where the system I go do for my picnic. Enough ghetto youth, not no where to sleep, not no clothes to wear, not no food to eat. Oh my God. So them a hustle in the street, night on top of night, days on top of days, weeks on top of weeks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
There you have it, my people. The crisis that we face. The lyricist, Vybz Kartel, sum up that into his lyrical content and lyrical potent and distribute that as it relates to the experiences of our time. Vybz Kartel, the lyricist, one of the best lyricists in Jamaica as it relates to dancehall music. And the label that we produce and the rhythm that we produce, Love and Joy rhythm. And so then we move on, right, to the panel of discussion that we are going to have an understanding, right, of why are we voting for these people who are not really representing us. So stand by without any further ado.
Okay, welcome to those who recently joined. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you guys. So,
all right.
No.
This one, panel discussion. You know.
Oh, here.
Okay.
I didn't have it. It's just
the
title.
Title, yeah. Okay. All right. So I want you to just relax and listen to what's being communicated on the panel, people. All right.
Thomas. Tonight we explore the reactions to the massive salary increases for members of the political directorate. Joining us in studio, media strategist Key Osborne, who is opposed to the increase, and via Zoom we're joined by Kevin Obrang-Chang, political and social commentator who's in favor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CVM Live.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Jay. Long time no see.
Hi, Kevin.
Well, let's start with you in studio, Ms. Osborne. The MPs haven't gotten an increase in several years. They too face the same level of inflation and cost of living that we all face. They're part of the public service. Why are you opposed to them getting an increase at this time, or the level of increase at this time?
The level of increase, several reasons, but let me start by a quote from the Bible. Matthew 20:25-26, Jesus said, there are rulers who have authority over the people, who lord it over the people. But I say unto you that rulers are the people's servants. What the government has demonstrated is that they're not servant leaders. Now, I'm not saying they should not get an increase, but the increase that they have self-dealt to themselves, given unto themselves at the people's expense is obscene. It is unjust. It is unconscionable. In fact, Michelle, it is wicked. And I can tell you all the reasons. First of all, there is no accountability at all for MPs, none, despite what Prime Minister Holness himself said in 2015. Going back all the way to Carl Stone's report in 1990, I believe, there has been, and Vision 2030, that said, we the people can recall non-performing MPs. There are no job descriptions, unlike private and public sector workers, even at the same level. we have always had to have a job description. There's accountability. If we don't perform, we're fired. But these government people who are self-dealing this massive increase to themselves, there's no accountability for them. There are no job descriptions. We cannot recall them. We cannot even hold them accountable. When there's corruption, the government simply move people from one position, probably out of the position. A few months later, they're back.
Ms. Osborne, hold that point. I want to get Kevin O'Brien's strong reaction to that. Wicked, obscene, unconscionable. Do you agree?
Listen, there are many angles to take this from. But the first angle is there is a structure put in place, I believe, in Michael Manley days. And the finance minister said, look, we are just regularizing everybody according to the structure, including the politicians. The judges got the similar kind of increases as the politicians. Didn't hear the outrage. No, it's a strange thing. People elect the politicians, yet they love to hate them all over the world. And probably because politics shows us what human nature is like. But they are the people in the end who make the decisions that determine that the country does well or not. The quality of a country's governance is directly related to the quality of the people, the intellectual quality of the people running it. And so it's like in a company, the CEO at the top makes the big decisions. And if he messes up, the company can collapse. If he does well, the company does well. And it's a similar thing with a country. Like Andrew Holness is the CEO of Jamaica, and these are these vice presidents and stuff. If these guys get it wrong, the entire country suffers. So we want as good quality people as possible. And I reference Lee Kuan Yew, who said, many times, said we cannot afford not to pay to get the best people in government. The famous thing, you pay peanuts to get monkeys.
But Mr. O'Brien,
go ahead.
To the point that Ms. Osborne made, why don't the vice presidents of the business of Jamaica, why can't you even see a job description for them? No form of appraisal.
There is a stone thing, a stone, what do you call it, commission that did something about job descriptions and stuff. And now was the time for us to pressure these guys into applying all this stuff, or the ones that are practical. I agree. Now is the time to say, look, guys, you got a big increase. Now let's get a job description, which Andrew Holness did promise. All the things can be done. But it can't be that you expect everybody else's pay to go up in the public sector, except the MP, the governance, the ministers, and the thing. It's crazy. Everybody is in the system, and the system must give everybody a similar increases. And as Lee Kuan Yew said, if you get the wrong people at the top, the country goes down the toilet. And he said that Singapore did not go from third world to first by getting people to sacrifice. And he made this point. For all the great talk about doing good for people and all that, very few people become priests. People in the end are about self-interest, a lot of what they do. And the more money I get to do a job pays, the more educated, the more brain power you get. That's business. Why do businesses pay the guys at the top so much money?
Kevin,
value for money.
Kevin, you said
why would it be different in politics?
Kevin, you said
I agree with you, Kevin. We need the accountability to be raised now.
You have said some very... Kevin,
allow Ms. Osborne to just respond, and I want to hear you in the context of what the Minister of Finance says. This really isn't about the persons currently occupying the position. It's about the future. It's about attracting bright minds to public service and the political directorate.
Well, it is about the future. It's about lining their pockets for the future. But having said that, Kevin, you have just said, we know the people who are in power are there. And what you've just said is to attract good people, you need to pay all this money. We do have people in power. You also said, otherwise, if we don't attract good people, we'll have monkeys. So are you also saying, because you are saying that what we now have in power are monkeys, but that's your statement, not mine. Having characterized the people in power.
The best we have, Kay. If they're monkeys, we elected them.
I am saying you said it, not me. But I'm also saying, Kevin, that monkeys who self-deal are acting not in the interest of this country. And look, at my age, I am about the interest of the country. You know, when I was younger, there was a time when I was younger when should a government act in this kind of irresponsible, unconscionable way, the people of this country would strike en masse. They would take to the streets en masse because they would not tolerate it. That's when I was young. No, I'm not saying that that is going to happen, but I'm saying that back in the day, people took self-dealing seriously. And what we're having is self-dealing on the government side. No, I'm not saying they shouldn't get an increase, you know, Kevin, my friend. I'm saying they can get, if you listen to the people on the street, they're saying, take 2 million, 3 million. But my God Almighty.
Okay, the entire public sector got a raise, the judges got a similar increase.
Listen to me.
The whole structure has undergone a similar increase.
200% of minimum.
Similar to the 200% increase too. It's not
Kevin, Miss Osborne, just a second. Kevin O'Brien-Chang, I want you to, for me, because what we're still trying to, you agree that there must be some system of accountability. It may not be that we strike. How then do we move to that? How are we now going to insist that in this very decent package that you have, that you must be able to show us, I mean, account for what you've been doing?
Look, hold on. Listen, this talk about no accountability for politicians, it does not make any sense. They're very accountable every 5 years to the electorate. If we don't like what they do, we can boot them out. And Jamaica has a great record of doing that. So what we must do now is we go to them and say, look, guys, you got an increase. Show us the accountability and the job descriptions. Otherwise, elections coming up in 2 years. We're going to vote you guys. They're more accountable than most people.
That's is the system of accountability sufficient as we have?
But that can't be true, Michelle. If look, I have worked
for politicians.
Look, Kevin,
Mr. Branchang allows Osborne just to respond to your point just now.
Okay, go on.
I have been a member of the private sector in overseas. I've worked in the United States, Europe, Asia, Africa. If I don't perform, if people in the public and private sector don't perform,
you don't have a job
right away.
Why should we wait 5 years?
2 weeks.
All the time in Jamaica too.
Exactly. We cannot.
What happens in the elections?
But you just said
that have been voted all the time.
5 years.
All the time and all the ministers go.
5
Is that
years.
there for life?
5 years, we're voted right away.
The right
not 5 years, Kevin.
Last night, our discussion about constitutional reform, and the panelists were of the view that that's something that we really need to consider, the right to recall. What is your view on that?
Okay,
and I want to
just
All right. We are going to end it and let us have a discussion, because what I am hearing from the panel, my people, is unbelievable. So all along that we have been voting for these politicians, right? They don't have a system in place as it relates to a job description where they can be accountable. So then, why are we voting for them and then there is no representation to the people? Me don't understand that, none at all. Because myself, I have to work for some big name brand companies. And I have a performance matrix, right? I have a performance matrix, and if I'm not performing, right, I am going to be terminated. And then I don't understand that in Jamaica, majority institution have that performance, what they call it, KPI, key performance index, right? That measured employee performance on the job. So if they are not achieving what is required of them, then either they're going to be coached and might be terminated, or they have to get it right. Miss Monica said, Byron, them wickedy. So when we hear this coming out, to be honest, I mentioned, on I think 3 weeks back on a particular video that I had done here, where I said that there needs to be accountability, right, as it relates to certain performance matrix with these members of parliament, without me not knowing that they don't have a job description. This is crazy. Mixing with the mouth, I said Governor General gone to $34 million and all him do is eat, sleep, and make appearances. Just look at this, man. This is crazy, it's crazy, it's crazy. Unbelievable. So then, I hope that if Mark Golden is hearing this, moving forward, right? And when you're talking about constitutional reform, these are policies that need to put in place as it relates to checks and balance. So let me just explain in terms of, try, to go through the details, make people understand. Delroy Henry, Mystic Sensation, this is it. I know the PNP 18 years in power, Jamaica should accomplish a lot more. But honestly, what this pathological liar PM have done for the last 30 years, for the next 30 years, Jamaica is going to pay daily. Right? And so then that is so true. So I am saying 797 million in IMF debt. Exactly. So all I'm saying, right, that we are paying these politicians all of this money, and still you don't have no policy that drafted. No, Andrew Wallace, come here, man. Andrew Wallace, can't believe this. This is vicious, extremely vicious. People, this is vicious more than what we are seeing here. Even the increase that Andrew Holness is asking for and claiming that, because based on Andrew Holness' response, Andrew Holness is saying that, okay, if we want good representation, we have to pay for it. What I want to ask Andrew Holness. Now, Andrew Holness tell himself that he knows how to solve our problem. Now, Andrew Holness campaign and give all the promise what he can do and to move Jamaica forward. Me never know, say, are the people them campaign. Me never know, say, the people them campaign. I thought it was the other way around, where the candidates campaign and said, okay, the people need to vote for them because, you understand, they can do this and they can do that. And then, as it relates to the government policy, a member of parliament, after you vote for a member of parliament to represent a particular constituency, then this is what is happening, people. Based on the policy that they have, the member of parliament only should visit 2 times every 2 years.
Once every 2 years.
Once every 2 years. Once every 2 years, meeting with to have an understanding as it relates to the constituency is progressing. Once every 2 years, Once every 2 years. So it will take the politician 2 visits as it relates to the duration of the electoral process, because it's every 5 years we vote for him. And the policy that they have is for after we voted for him, based on policy per policy, he should only visit the constituency 2 times within the 5 years. This is madness. People know what happened to the Jamaican people. So then, That's why people, all right. Mark Golden, I am saying these are policies that you have to change and must change.
Must have quarterly meetings.
Because what needs to be done, right, is that you must have quarterly meeting, 4 quarters within the year. And this is representational politics. For me, working at my workplace, right, I have to show my performance on a quarterly basis. First quarter, all right, said I just get a job. Let me just make the people understand what I need. And what should have been taken place in our political process. Or any institutions, private institutions, as it relates to KPI, Key Performance Index, and over here in Canada, you understand, PM Performance Matrix. All right? So this is what we use, Performance Matrix. So our Performance Matrix built up quarterly. So for me, you understand, because at one company, I was an advisor, right? I was an advisor. And so then, even although I'm an advisor, I have to show quarterly my achievement. So the first quarter, okay, we set as it relates to my job description. What needs to be done? If I need to write certain policies as it relates to what, blah, 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 and the amount of policies to be written within that quarterly, within that quarter, sorry, right? Then I have to show what accomplishment being done in terms of me achieving writing those policies. Because that was one of my responsibility as it relates to me being an advisor for a particular company, writing certain policies for them. And so then I have to show, right, that quarterly performance. So then I said, okay, all right, I am going to write these policies and blah, 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 blah. So at the end of that quarter, right, the end of the first quarter, I have to show what I have done. And then we go into second quarter, right? We see what improvement that we made. If there was any error in the first quarter, right, we carry it over in the second quarter and promise to have it corrected. And then it goes to the third quarter that we advance and make, you understand, progression. And fourth quarter. Now, members of parliament, Jamaican people, let me tell you now, they don't have that. They don't have any job description. What that means that you cannot hold them accountable. Then my question, my God, I can't believe it. Why are we voting for them?
Why we are paying them so much money?
And why we are paying them so much money? So you are going to tell me that
then don't even deserve as much as the teachers.
We should pay Andrew Holness how much money get 28 million?
Something like that.
We now should pay Andrew Holness 28 million. Eh? We have no job description and we can't hold him accountable for the progress. There is no KPI for him, key performance. What they want? Me never know say me never know say that's how
country's been led blind.
The government structure set up. And we are paying politicians for doing nothing. No wonder why Darrell Vaz a behave so. No wonder why Warmington I said, get away from me. Because he doesn't have a job description. And no wonder why. Now we understand. Now we understand why Andrew Holness cannot discipline him. Because Warmington doesn't have a job description. Darrell Vaz doesn't have a job description. Nigel Clark doesn't have a job description. This is madness. This is crazy. And so then why should we pay the money? And we are not going to have no checks and balance system. Andrew Holness, you're sick out of your head. And so then I have to look at that. That you have designed a legal way to rob the treasury. That's what you have done. Because we catch you red-handed, breaking the procurement rules. You didn't want Zara Burton to speak about it. So you run and you sue Zara Burton and end up lose the case. But that goes to show Jamaican people say. Zara Burton won the rights to rebroadcast it. Just imagine the type of person that we are dealing with. And then this person is asking us for him to take us into Republic. You're sick of your head. And let me tell you something, people. Remember, I showed to you the 2020. You must understand why I show you the 2020 electoral map. That if Andrew Holness decided to force himself on us to become a dictator, and his members of parliament back him in drafting certain policy, people, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. This situation, that's why I show you the electoral map and show you the ultimate power. Now, look at the electoral map, people. Andrew Holness move and muzzle the Integrity Commission and pass the policy. If People's National Party did have the numbers, he couldn't execute that. He has executed that. He has done that. And muzzled them. So then, the Integrity Commission, what Andrew Holness is saying, cannot touch him. By the way, let me ask the question. Andrew Holness, as the Commissioner of Police, wrapped around his neck. He paid the judges high salary. Right? He gave extension to the DPP. My question that I'm going to ask. Andrew Holness cannot explain how much money he put in a SSL. NHT money and lot of institution money in a SSL. And Andrew Holness was in and out of SSL taking money. And you are going to tell me as we speak today that Andrew Holness is not a prime suspect? Okay, Kevin Spence, totally agree with the sentiments here. We really need to put an end to this madness going on in Jamaica. Key question, what are the key actions we can do to stop this, especially the diaspora? Okay, very, very good question. Right, all right. The truth be told, and let me say it. Put up the gentleman, Kevin Spence, so that people can see the question that he asks. The truth about this scam, we are hoping and praying that this man don't really go autocratic on us and passing policies that obviously the People's National Party have no numbers to stop him. He has the ultimate power. I would say something in terms of how we can stop him, but I'm not going to go down there because the next thing you hear say, yeah, me are inside this, and I am not the person who is going to incite that. Not going to do that. So then, based on the Constitution, we only can get rid of him through an electoral process by voting him out. But the question, I'm going to ask a question which may sound stupid, let me say that. But I have to ask this question this time. Are we going to be having a general election? I don't know. It may sound stupid. Let me say that. But the question I'm asking, are we going to have a general election? Think of the question. Even though it sounds stupid, think of the question. Andrew Holness and his members of parliament has ultimate power to pass policies that he is totally unstoppable if his members of parliament supported him.
But what we need is not to make that mistake again, even with the next government. Make sure it is equal,
so people,
so that we don't have a repeat of this.
That's why I show them the electoral process, right? Now the UIC is also out there, and I've read the UIC mandate. Mandate is good, and I think it's fair enough. If, said the UIC can get, 3 or 4 seats. We are talking about representation, the best minds to come forward to represent us.
So that answers fair.
Because here we are at a crossroad where, the truth be told, we don't know what this man is thinking. Here we are at a crossroad, seeing this man giving hike to all the judges, extending the DPP time, which seems to be going against our protocols and standards. This man is openly breaking them. And these are the first signs of autocratic leaders before they become full autocratic. These are some of the symptoms that they show when they start to go against the masses. Andrew Holness know that very well. This hike is going to hurt him politically, but yet he doesn't care, and he's not going to roll it back. I am telling you, people, trust me, he's not going to. So then, what does Andrew Holness have up his sleeve? And yet, simultaneously, Andrew Holness is pushing constitutional reform. People, look into what I am saying. The Prime Minister appoints the majority, he also appoints the judges. People, look at what I am saying. At this point in time, it is the electorate of Jamaica who had given Andrew Holness this ultimate power. And so then when we talk about people being diarted and don't understand that the diarted politics take us here, let them know that the diarted politics that they have preached take us here.
And you have them still preaching it, although it's killing them, a lot of them still preaching it.
Even now as we speak, some people still believe that Andrew Holness have not done anything wrong.
Sickening.
I am telling you. So when you look at the mental psychosis, it now becomes a dilemma. I have said it, that for my Jamaican people, I know very well that even though I am fighting for them, I have to use one hand fighting for them and one hand to ease them off. For those who have myopic brain. Arthur Phillips, Mystic, did you see the picture of the GG in his military suit? I was shocked, but not surprised. And then I said to myself, oh, I did not know that the Governor General was a military person. And then Andrew seems to be wanting to associate himself with a lot of military personnel. People, goes back to what I'm saying, that we are at a crossroad, we are at a juncture in our politics, that we don't know what is coming. And I do believe that the salary increase that we are seeing here and the blatancy of him giving it to us is the least of what left to come. And I believe that we are going to see worse than this. People, Wayne Evans, Kanju is a dictator trying to silence the massive. It's plain. It's plain. When people think of this, and you always know that the middle class of Jamaica partially wiped out.
There's no more middle class.
Partially wiped out. And then in spite of that, that Andrew Holness know that the masses are suffering. Andrew Holness know very well that these increases will have to rest on the back of taxpayers.
And it hurt the country greatly.
And it has the potential to hurt the country. So whatever gains that we make as it relates to surpluses, Andrew Holness decided to take it back.
Put in a pocket.
To put in a pocket. Huh? He decided to take it back. And so then, how a prime minister being caring, and as when you look on Nigel Clark, let me just get to Nigel Clark a bit. Trying to explain his justification in saying that the advancement in members of parliament paid was already structured within the system, but was not being executed as according to him. Right? And then the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, followed up on it and said a lot of Prime Minister might fear to do it, because if they do it, people are going to say to them, why should we pay you and there is no progress? So he knows very well that there is no progress. He knows based on what he said. And so then when you look at it, and they are aware that the wickedness of this, let us compare, as I said, if you listen to my clip last week when I communicated that, why are we paying these increases to our politicians? And when we make comparisons to other countries in the Caribbean, They are not doing that. Why are we partially the worst performance in the Caribbean as it relates to, economically speaking, as it relates to GDP? We are one of the worst performance in the Caribbean. And so then, Andrew wants to know that. So a Trinidad and Tobago economy that is more vibrant than us decided that they wouldn't do that. Because they are more looking on nation building and looking on our wealth distributed equally. So Trinidad and Tobago has not done that. Their economy is better than us. Remember, I said this last week. Right? Remember, I spoke of it before you even hear it on all angles. All angles came out after I spoke on it. When I quoted all the Caribbean countries that are doing better than Jamaica. Cayman is doing better than us. And yet our politicians who are not performing equally like them as it relates to how they are moving their economy in a progressive and productive way, garnering their GDP. We are not performing like them. And they don't see the need to suppress their people. But their emphasis as it relates to equal distribution of wealth amongst their people. Look on our bag of wires doing us. Look on the man who claimed that poor people must have them big house. The man who criticized that teachers are to get paid and stated that teachers are the center backbone where many faculties pass through.
And that politicians must get minimum wage salary.
The same amount is now crippling the teachers, and decided that they are going to take 200 to 300% raise on a fragile economy like Jamaica. A Jamaica economy that indebted to China over $3.6 billion as it relates to in 2021. That was what we owed.
And IMF?
IMF. We have owed over $790 million to IMF. And so then when we look on those debt burden that the Jamaicans have to carry,
sickening,
and think of the limited production within the country, we are not producing as much. Now the next thing, we have our emphasis. People, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. We have our emphasis on tourism, for tourism to continue to be our number one industry. People are here, or I am here, coming here and warning our Jamaican society, warning our politician to put the engine on our agriculture so that Jamaica must depend on the source of self-reliance, planting and growing and eating what they plant. The truth about the matter with tourism, let me tell Jamaica and speak it as it is. If a PSOJ want to beat me, let them beat me on this, because the tourism is the modern day slave ship. Tourism in Jamaica is the modern day slave ship. Why do you say that, Mystic Sensation, when tourism is providing employment? Tourism is generating most of our foreign currency. The reason why I'm saying that, because the reasons are quite obvious and apparent. Most of those who are operating within the tourism space are not banking the money in Jamaica. Majority of the money where these hotels are utilizing our resources and fencing off their property, avoiding access to our Jamaicans to the beaches, and taking over by instituting all-inclusive hotel programs, keeping the business within for themselves, robbing the locals, taking over the crafts, selling the crafts in their hotel, impeding the Jamaican
Forget no long-term
to
benefits
bear
for the
the true portion of the true cake. You have hotel workers who are working 6 days a week without overtime pay. But politicians are silent because they own their percentage amount in it. Political kickbacks. The order of the day. And Wayne Evans said 85% stay overseas. Just imagine. So then my question, how does tourism, right, is doing that strong benefit for our Jamaican people? Right? Ferran Crossman, question is there anyway that these guys can be held accountable for their atrocities, against the Jamaican people. Let me tell you something, Ferran. Based on the Constitution that is written, is every 5 years that the politicians answer to us. And the truth be told, I honestly don't know what Andrew Holness is thinking. Based on signs that we are seeing that he's going against the political norms. And he's blatantly doing it. This to me, I only can answer your question, sir. That, I only can answer your question, ma'am, sorry. That it seems like we have an autocrat in the making. I was so surprised that agriculture in Jamaica is not the #1 output of absolute abundance, but no infrastructure and equipment. Here go freedom. That's what I'm talking about. Why agriculture is not our #1 industry.
Can I go back to Farron's question?
Yes.
Farron, all we can hope is that if he does call election and we have a new government, we the people can give a mandate for them to be investigated and held accountable. And hoping and praying that we have a new government so that we can have a law that says that we can prosecute them. They can, what's the word?
If we get there, as it relates to an election being announced, and we get to that level,
We can have an impeachment.
Of course. What we need to do as a people is to give the People's National Party our mandate. Right? That number one. We want SSL to be reinvestigated. Honestly, at this point, I am not asking anything about Kroll and their investigation. Let me tell you the truth, people. I am not asking nothing about any FBI. All I want to do, see the back of Jamaica Labour Party and ask the People's National Party, you understand, to reopening the investigation in SSL. Right? So we can give the People's National Party a mandate. Right? Because guess what? We have to hold People's National Party accountable as well. And that's why we don't want the Jamaican Labour Party to rush in any form of constitutional reform. We don't want a man like this to mingle with our constitution. Because this is dangerous. Right? Taylor said that is true. Can't just depend on tourism. No, come on. Think of it, freedom. Think of it. Because COVID-19 shows a perfect example. Why we shouldn't just depend on tourism. Now, let me tell you something. When you have certain bulletin coming out of the United States, warning America warning Americans not to travel to Jamaica. And if Americans followed that bulletin and listened, because majority of our within the tourists that travel to Jamaica, right, are from the US. And if they are to listen to their country bulletin not to travel to Jamaica, what is going to become of us, those people who are employed within the tourism sector? Right? For me, I am calling a spade, as how I see it. That it is tourism is like the modern day slave ship. And this is no joke. And the reason for me to say that, because they are using our resources, and at the same time, the influx of the money that make is not circulating in the Bank of Jamaica, in extension benefit Jamaican people. So you tell me, right? All that money going back to the United States, might be going back to Europe, or where that they are banking that money. And in the sake of cheap labor employment, we said tourism is doing much for us. Tourism is our #1 employer. That is madness. What sort of salary being paid to the people? And where Sandals Chain having their workers have the big no tip. Please don't tip me pin. You're sick. So when you look at all of that, right, that is really right, damaging to us more than anything else. Now, the next thing that I want to touch, which is my final topic, is the digital currency. Now, you have heard me hit Andrew Holness as it relates to, his overall attitude within the politics. And so that I'm going to play a clip as it relates to Andrew Holness speaking about digital currency, because I had done personal research on it. And some things that being communicated over social media, right? And the scare factor that put into that, technological advancement right, as it relates to digital currency, right, a lot of it is not true. And I'm going to go through the process and explain it to you. So then first I am going to show you Andrew Holness speaking about digital currency. Play that clip on it.
Okay, again, thank you guys for still being here. Really appreciate each and every one. Let me just embrace digital currency.
Okay.
So, what one you want?
Yes.
Today, Prime Minister Andrew Holness toured a NIDS card center for the first time following the passage of the NIDS bill in Parliament. The PM says this piece of technology is the way of the future. Mr. Holness says Jamaica will ultimately be left behind if the country does not assimilate to the digital society.
Whilst the rest of the population seems not to be aware that there is a digital revolution taking place in the rest of the world, and that Jamaica could be left behind if our people do not embrace the digital society.
He says the system is designed to be inclusive of all Jamaicans. The PM sought to add financial institutions are on board and are eager to be a part of the digital transformation.
More and more services are being offered that do not require cash. And in fact, the society is moving away from cash. And inevitably, eventually, cash will account for an increasingly smaller part of transactions.
The PM also notes that it's in the best interest of the government for a structured identification system regarding public funds. In the meantime, he also addressed concerns surrounding privacy.
And what we are seeing here is the display of cutting-edge technology. So the card itself will be of the highest level of security and encryption, that it cannot be duplicated and misused. The data that you give is kept in the highest level of security with proper oversight to ensure that your data is protected.
Javin McLean, CBM Live.
Okay, now people, you have heard that from the Prime Minister. Now, one thing with Mystic Sensation, right? If the Prime Minister is on point with certain subject matter, I am not going to bash him, right? In terms of what he said there. Because what he said there about digital currency, indeed, is correct. If Jamaica doesn't embrace digital currency, right, then we may indeed left behind. And so then when I heard on social media that Jamaica has been utilized as a guinea pig where the digital currency, right, should be tested, then no, that's false. That's false in the sense that other countries, right, actually tied on to the digital currency before Jamaica and utilizing access to the digital currency. I've also heard rumors that the digital currency is that the government will control your spending and can, lock down certain spending if the government aim to lock down your ability to spend. Now, let us talk about that. The government, via credit cards that we are using, right, or any banking method that we are using. Say, for example, that the government, right, you are the target of the government in terms of money laundering. Put it this way. The government can shut down your account. So it doesn't have to be that you have to have, it can only apply to digital currency. The government indeed can shut down your account as it relates to your credit cards, your debit cards. The government has access to all those information. So the scared factor as it relates to, okay, digital currency, they have control over your movements, they know where you go and where you blah, all of that are foolishness. Right, hold on. Delroy Henry, Mystic Sensation. Honestly, this is my belief. Jamaican working class and others stay home for 1 week in support of their disapproval of Prime Minister Jackpot and cripple the economy. Time come, enough is enough, UK. I think what Delroy is saying, right, make some sense, of course, in terms of, you understand, pushing back on the government and let him understand how serious that we are as it relates to this, right? But again, as I said, that we have to build the unity around that, because today I see some people, you know, galvanizing, and which is a start, which is a good effort, right? I am hoping that the gathering may be bigger and more powerful and more meaningful in sense. So we never know how this works when people can't get bank account. So then the thing is about digital currency or CBD, right? Now I am going to play a next clip that is going to explain, because I've done the research. I don't just come out and speak on digital currency and I don't do any research. So I've done some amount of research on it, right? And that, you know, China is one of the main hosts for digital currency, right? So when you look at it, right, China is one of Jamaica's largest trading partner. And so then, how are we going to trade if the other countries are going to be utilizing digital currency, right? We couldn't be asking not to be a part of that, and, you know, trade factors are going to affect us, because if we don't have it, how are we going to trade, right? We are China, who is the main host of the digital currency, right, will be utilizing digital currency, right? And when China start to utilize it in full, how are we going to trade? So we have to think about these things. You understand that what makes sense from what doesn't make sense. So I'm going to play a clip for it to clarify. You understand? And the digital currency, you understand, is going to even be more secure, right? More secured in a sense. So listen to the expert and hear what the expert has to say on it, and I will give my deliberation. So play that. So, yeah.
One day in the future, paper currency won't be printed anymore. And if you've been living in China these past 5 years, you've used only this to complete all of your financial transactions. In this report from the Bank for International Settlements, the world will have 40 digital currencies in circulation within the next 6 years. But are digital currencies actually safe to use? Take a look at this blog post from Anthony Pompliano, a popular Bitcoin investor who claims central bank digital currencies will be one of the greatest violations of human rights in history, creating an environment where central banks have complete control over every aspect of a citizen's financial life. Now, China is the world leader in digital currency, and in today's video, we're going to be analyzing how digital currencies will impact your life in the future. While China is a leader in developing a central bank digital currency, CBDC for short, it most certainly isn't the only country exploring this new technology. 9 out of 10 central banks worldwide are exploring CBDCs with 2/3 likely to launch within the next 6 years. Money is going digital, and there is simply no turning back. As with most things related to China, there's a lot of fear in the West. But if we take time to understand how China's CBDC works, we learn that China's digital yuan will actually increase privacy for Chinese citizens, and it most certainly will not pose any threat to Western countries around the world. In fact, it will only help other countries, as most likely they're going to be using China's digital yuan to actually increase their trade with China. Let me give you a real-world example to help you better understand. But before I do, let's take a moment to observe the state of the economy right now. 2 years ago, the Federal Reserve printed trillions of dollars to save the American economy during the COVID pandemic. Fast forward to today, and we now have the highest inflation in nearly 40 years and are looking at a possible recession. The S&P is down 18% year to date, and savvy investors are looking for other options. Last month, I introduced my followers to an alternative investment company, Masterworks, which allows individuals to buy shares in some of the world's most famous art pieces, exactly like you would purchase a share of Tesla or Apple stock. From 1995 to 2021, the fine art market has outpaced the S&P by 165%. And most recently, the art market just saw record-breaking auction numbers with the sale of Andy Warhol's Shot Sage Blue Marilyn for a whopping $195 million. So far, Masterworks has sold 3 paintings, each returning 30% net IRR to investors. Of course, past performance is no indication of future results, but 30% is impressive nonetheless. Today's video is all about digital currency and the future of our digital world. I'm sure many of you are savvy investors, and if you are interested in doing more research about art investment and seeing if this would be a great addition to your portfolio, please go to masterworks.art/Cyrus or click the link in the description below. Back to our real world example. Imagine you buy a cup of coffee with your credit card. Your personal details are linked to that card, and both the merchant and the government know exactly who purchased that cup of coffee. I mean, take a look at my credit card. Cyrus Jansen is literally imprinted on this credit card. Digital currencies offer an additional layer of protection because they use the same technology as Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. They assign a numerical address and not the person's name to the digital wallet. This means that if you bought a cup of coffee in China using a digital currency, the coffee shop and the government can only see the numerical address of your digital wallet. Personal information like your name and your social security number are actually hidden from this transaction. This is the extra layer of privacy and why China's digital currency is actually more secure than Alipay and WeChat Pay, and even more secure than traditional Western credit cards like this. One of the arguments against China's digital currency is that it will give the government the power to financially censor its own citizens. Pompliano goes on to write, once a central bank digital currency is in the hands of a population, the central bank has solidified complete control. They will no longer have to go to the court system or invoke emergency powers to tell you who you can transact with. Now, this is a lot of speculation from Pompliano here. He gives an extreme example of someone being overweight and the government controlling which restaurants that person can dine at. Want to go for a burger at McDonald's? Well, no, the Chinese government will simply block your digital currency and they will only allow you to purchase good at healthy restaurants. Again, this is a lot of speculation and a lot of fear-mongering. And to be honest, it's a shallow argument from someone who doesn't understand the real benefits of a central bank digital currency. Pompliano is actually referring to financial censorship, which, by the way, already exists in our society today. Let's go back to February 2022, when the Justin Trudeau government in Canada began freezing the bank accounts of citizens who donated to a freedom convoy in Ottawa. Even a $20 donation through a crowdfunding website was enough to have your bank account frozen, according to Canadian government officials. These are all great examples of financial censorship, and let's just be honest here. Governments around the world don't need a digital currency to financially censor anybody. If the government deems what you are doing is illegal, they can simply shut down your access to money. Governments don't need a digital currency to do this, and most certainly, digital currencies don't give them new surveillance powers, whether that's in China or in the West. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Cyrus, isn't my money already digital? I mean, I use credit cards and cell phones already to pay for everything. What's the difference between this and a central bank digital currency? I'll answer this question with a direct quote from digital currency expert Richard Turin, who states, your payments are digital today the way your BlackBerry from 2005 is a smartphone. Translation? No, your money really isn't that digital. Despite all the progress we made with banking and super apps, it still takes 2 to 3 business days to complete an international wire transfer. Digital currencies can complete this transaction instantly and for no cost. Bank transfers can only be processed during business hours, but digital currencies can transfer anytime 24/7. Finally, did you know that the average overdraft fee from an American bank last year was $33? Digital currencies would eliminate these excessive bank fees that cost low-income Americans over $12 billion in overdraft fees in 2020 alone. Simply put, central bank digital currencies would make banking more affordable and accessible for all people. This is the main point of this video and why it's important for people to understand China's vision for developing this digital currency for its population. China's government is not launching a digital currency to have more control over its citizens. China is one of the largest countries in the world and has the world's largest population. China needs a better banking solution to serve its 1.4 billion citizens, many of whom live in rural areas and simply don't have access to an ATM or local bank. This is the role that those digital currencies can play. It makes banking more inclusive and affordable for everyone. Let me give you another great example. The Bahamas is a small nation in the Caribbean, consisting of 700 different islands. For years, many citizens didn't have access to a local bank, as the banks were only located on the major islands in the Bahamas. A few years ago, the Bahamas launched its own version of a digital currency, and this has helped eradicate this problem. Now people in the Bahamas can use digital currencies to solve all of their banking needs, no matter where they are in the country. You might be thinking digital currencies might be good for smaller or developing nations, but what about an established country like the United States? Despite being one of the most developed countries in the world, digital currency would be a lifesaver for millions of Americans. According to this Forbes article, 22% of American adults, that's 63 million people, are either unbanked or underbanked, relying on payday advance and pawn shop loans to take care of their finances. Europe is also joining the party with a digital euro bill in early 2023, and as I stated earlier, 90% of the central banks around the world are exploring digital currency options. The bottom line is, credit cards have been around for over 40 years, and our world is ready for a new technology to help advance this digital transformation. CBDCs will bring free and immediate domestic payments that will spur an incredible amount of innovation, exactly like it has done in China. So the next time that you hear China is developing a digital currency to have control over its citizens and to manipulate trade around the world, this is completely false, and this is just simple fear-mongering. China is developing this technology that's actually going to be helping more Chinese citizens out. In addition, they have laid the pipeline for other future world currencies to also become digital. Our world is advancing, and again, this is why I preach so much that we must have a cooperation with China, because China is developing the technology that will literally change the future of our world. Everybody, thanks for taking time out of your day to spend it with me here on YouTube. My name is Cyrus Jansen. If you're interested in digital currencies, investing, and things like this really get you excited, make sure that you check out masterworks.io. They've been an amazing sponsor of this channel, and honestly, it's one of the most unique investment opportunities.
Okay, so there you have, as it relates to the digital currency. And okay, and so then that is for me, in one summary, easy access, right, as it relates to transaction, right? And so then that is what I taken from that. So I'm going to have myself playing my last clip, right, to reflect, right, on the history of corruption as it relates to, we are both political parties accusing each other as it relates to corruption. And so then I'm saying that we need to focus on Mark Golding, who is going to clean up all of these mess. So the final clip that I'm going to play for tonight is to bring back Jamaica down memory lane of these two parties openly admitting in accusing each other of the political corruption that they both have done, and confessing. And so then when we vote, we are going to vote this time for someone who we know has integrity, someone who is crafting the impeachment bill for politicians to be impeached, and that is Mark Golding. So, without any further ado, Let us play that clip for you to see the history of the corruption.
Okay. All right. Let's share this. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Happy Friday again to each and every one. Okay, I think it's that one. Yeah. Okay.
We find the evidence that what we have today in Jamaica is the most corrupt administration that has ever held office in the history of our country since independence.
What is this man talking about? Well, make me make the statement, backed up by facts, that the PNP is the most corrupt political organization in the Caribbean.
Pushing scandal.
If you go back to 1989, which is a long time ago, you would hear about the Rollins land deal scandal.
Police use car scandal.
If you go back to 1990, you remember the zinc scandal after Hurricane Gilbert.
FLA scandal.
You have the furniture scandal. Then you have the Shell waiver scandal.
$8 million phone bill scandal.
Then you have a big scandal in 1992 over the illegal importation of motor vehicles. Then in 1993, we hear some man buy US dollar out of the back of them car all over. Big scandal.
$9 million travel scandal at TPP Club. The government have more scandal in it than Riverton City have scandal back.
You hear about the corrupt distribution of land in Holland. You hear about the Operation Pride scandal. Then in 1997, you have the FinSac scandal.
And then we have the super scandal, the Petrojan scandal. That one have everything in it.
And then now you have the mother of all scandal, the traffic guru scandal. You remember that?
Friends of the government collecting money for travel, but not traveling.
The Montego Bay street people scandal. The fat cat salary scandal. You remember NetServe? Yes.
Friends of the government getting jobs at 3 times the pay that the previous occupants of the job had. While at the same time, long-serving, loyal, patriotic civil servants being fired from jobs.
Then you have the Sandals White House scandal. Then now, after that, you come up with the Cuban light bulb scandal. You remember that? You have the Hanover Parish Council scandal.
Friends of the government and activists for the JLP getting jobs in organizations for which they don't have qualification.
Then you have the Chick V scandal. Then you have the dead baby scandal. Then you have the bad gas scandal. Then you have now the parish council in a Manchester scandal.
Friends being awarded contracts by breaking the procurement rules, and some of those friends is the same people that turn up in the bushing scandal.
You remember Outer Many scandal? You remember EWI energy scandal?
Never in our history have we heard of a government entering into verbal contracts. No paper, no sign. Just word of mouth. $23 million. What madness is this going on in our country, Backra?
You can't cuss me when you corrupt.
Thank God for the opposition in Parliament. Thank God for the PAAC and the PNP members and the PAAC.
We already know that in bad mind, him the likes of people prosper. And now we know that him is nothing but a hypocrite. There will always be in every government, regardless of jurisdiction, people who breach the rule, people who use their power unjustly, unfairly, and unduly. The mark of the good government is that when it is done, there is no cover-up.
Okay, stop it.
When we face our challenges, there is no one who could criticize this government to say that we were covering up corruption. No, the Jamaica Labour Party stands firmly against corruption, and we will put in place and have been putting in place the measures to address it.
Okay, all right, so people, let me just say my last piece on that clip that you have heard. The truth be told, as it relates to facts finding evidence, most of what, and I'm not being biased, I am honestly not being biased, most of what Peter Phillips accused Andrew Holness for, they are facts to back it up. Now, unlike Andrew Holness, most of what he claimed that are corruption by the PNP, those were false accusations. Now, when I come next week, we will show you the facts-finding method that most of what Andrew Holness was saying there is simply a justification, right, for him to have done his corruption. But most of what Peter Phillips stated there is solid truth. And that is me as it relates to the ending of my program, handing over the flight to my co-pilot. Okay, so there I mistake my argument for saying to the people to stay home for 1 week. I know the government and its cronies and the police are planning for the people to abuse them. When they go low, think ahead and go high. Thank you for that information, Delroy. Bless up yourself as always, giving us words of encouragement. Thank you for that.
Up here. Okay, so we've come to the end of the discussion, and I want to say thanks to each and everyone who's been here and who's joining on the discussion and make their point be known. We respect everybody's point of view, because everyone is different, everyone thinks differently, but you know, it was a meaningful discussion, and really have some takeaways from it. And I just want to just say to us again, hold fast, hold strong, and those persons out there who are prayer warriors, believe in prayer. We need to pray for our country. We need to pray for our country, because what is happening is really frightening. It's really frightening, because when I heard that increase, honestly, I did not sleep that night. I could not sleep comfortably, because I was a civil servant in Jamaica. I'm a nurse. I used to work in the system, and I know what it is like to not have the paycheck to make ends meet and to really take care of your family how you should. By the time you get the paycheck, it's already owed out. We used to go to Miss Brown's shop. It's already owed out to Miss Brown's shop. We have to pay rent, and at that time we couldn't even afford to live in a middle class society. We were living in South Spring. I don't know if anybody here in South Spring know Ball Ground. That's where we used to live, and it was not a desirable place of abode where we were. So I know what it is like, and honestly, it's like being kicked in the gut when I heard those increases and stuff, because I've been there, I've experienced collecting the 2 cents. That doesn't make any sense when you get it. And then what they are doing, it's really cruel, it's unconscionable, it's wicked.
What we said about $800 million. Okay, Wayne said, what about $800 million development him wife doing. Wayne, I think that situation, from my memory serve me right, that's supposed to be contemplating in the court. So I really don't want to speak, you know, much on that in terms of any speculation, because that process, that situation, I think is in court. All right, so I just leave that there. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go into Jeopardy, and Sidney saying known joke, and known joke, Sidney, it's really very unconscionable what they're doing. And he came out, he didn't even say express any sign of remorse, or you know, maybe they'll look into rolling back. He doubled down on it and said that they are deserving of it when they don't even have a job description, they don't qualify for the position. And those who is in this position getting increases are squatting because they should have called local government election eons ago. So why are they looking to collect this money? They're not supposed to even be there. We did not put them there. They've done the time that the people put them there to do. So why are they still there?
It's just like,
anyway, we need to wake up from this nightmare. And even the protests that happened today, most people stayed away. I really don't understand. When are we going to wake up? When are we going to wake up as a nation? The handful of people that were there, and everybody's crying out, everybody's feeling the pinch. Go out there, let them know that it's affecting each and every one, not just a handful of people. And that's the thing with us Jamaican. In the heat of the moment, everybody is up in arms. Do this, do that. But when it comes to action, we are so laid back. We are so laid back. Honestly, it hurt me to the core. It really hurt me to the core. Because I have been in the system. I have felt what civil servants are feeling right now. And it's only by the grace of God and hard work and determination that we came out of it. And a lot of persons don't see an escape. Right? Although they are working hard, they're determined there's no escape. People are risking their lives to go to the border. It's just, honestly, this is, it hurts. It's real. It really hurts.
all right. And just relax. And ready for food?
Just a few minutes. People, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. Think about your kids. And the dilated ones, I don't know what scales over your eyes that the scales can't fall off yet. What more desperation can you feel for you to realize what is happening? And the thing about it is not they're getting preferential treatment from their party in terms of that they're being cushioned from the hardship. They're in the boat with the hardship with everybody else. And they still cannot come to terms with what he can do. Nothing wrong for them. Even when him have him knee in them neck, he's doing nothing wrong. I know my blood a boil. Honestly, my blood a boil. But anyway, I'm going to get into Jeopardy. I'm just hoping and praying that people will just come together and unite and get this country forward. Get rid of these jackasses. Because how can you have leaders who don't have qualifications for the position that they're in? No job description, and yet them want the biggest cut of the pie. They must take 3/4 of the pie and share 1/4 for the rest of the people.
Crazy.
How can that be? They don't have the qualification, and people who have gone to university of qualification, well thinking, are not able to collect a quarter of what they want to take.
And let me say this straightforward. There are no difference from the criminals who are robbing the beryllium. There are no difference.
They're just legally robbing us.
The only difference is that they are legally doing it and done more damage than the beryllium criminals. And that's the truth about the matter. All right.
Let me just calm down a little bit, because trust me, that's why I didn't want to say anything in the beginning, because it really hurts. I've been having a headache ever since this happened. I couldn't even finish work yesterday. But anyways, all right, so we're going to go into Jeopardy. So I'm just gonna share the template, and so let me just share the template. Just on the line. Okay, so these are the categories for tonight: mathematics, mystic sensation videos, company logos, former prime ministers, and Jamaican riddles. So as usual, we're playing for credit. Persons with the most points get $1,000 Digicel or Flow credit. Then we have 4 runners-up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. And to start, anybody can throw out a category and for how many points, and that's how we're gonna start. Whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next category and for how many points, and so on and so forth. The questions are in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, you say what is, and then you give the answer. If it's the name of a person, it's who is, and then the name of the person. When say no and jackass more loyal. Well, that's true. Okay, so well, Ricardo. Welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday. So
right.
Truck Life is saying math for 500.
Maths for
So let's
500.
see what's under math. A knight metal armor weighs 18 kilograms. The knight weighs 104 kilograms while wearing this armor. He weighs this much without the armor. So how much does the knight weigh without the armor? Pass that pen for me, please.
Yes.
Wayne said, Baron and Miss Anne, job well done. How much raise y'all want tonight? Don't want any raise Wayne. We just want the Jamaican people. We just want our people to be okay.
That's what we want.
Just want our people to be okay. Okay, that was for 500 points, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. So let me just refresh. It's giving me a bit of all right, so the answer is 86 kilograms. So you're going to take 18 from the 104 to get the answer. So it's 86 kilograms that he weighs without the armor. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. It's delaying. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life for 500 points.
Okay, Truck Life.
So Truck Life choose the next category, and for how many points? We also have Tiffany coming in with 86. And Truck Life came back again, just adding the kilograms to it. And Truck Life is saying math for 400. The length of a garden is 4 times its width. The length of the garden is 60 meters. Then the width is, so if the length of the garden is 60 meters, what is the width? And the length of the garden is 4 times its width. So what is the width of the garden? If the 4 times is 60 meters, and it's a double point answer. So whoever answers that correctly is gonna get 800 points. Remember that the width is normally shorter than the length. And that the garden is 60 meters in length. So what is the width? It has to be less than the height, than the length. Hush, Tiffany says she's logging. Okay, welcome, Empress. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. And I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is 15 meters. So 60 divided by 4 is 15, because it says that the length is 4 times the width. And if you multiply by 4 by 15 by 4, or whichever way around, then you're going to get 60. So that's 4 times the width. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that person is going to get 800 points. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress for 800 points.
Empress?
Yeah, Empress. So Empress is going to choose the next category, and for how many points?
Okay, and the score as it is, Truck Life on 500 points, Empress on 800 points.
Okay. She said Mystic Sensation videos for 400. In the video, unboxing and review of Amen, Dolce & Gabbana, and Savage colognes, Dolce & Gabbana experience was compared to driving this car. Which vehicle was Dolce & Gabbana experience compared to driving? All right. Let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm not going to delay. What is Audi? So he compared it to driving the Audi when you use the Dolce & Gabbana fragrance. It's like driving an Audi, right? So that is 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
And how much points?
Hold on. Yes, Truck Life.
Which points for that?
400. So Truck Life, then Empress. Okay, that's the order in which the correct answers came in. Okay, Truck Life is saying math for 300. Bobby's phone has a 32 gigabyte storage capacity. An average app file size is 250 megabytes. He can download this many apps to use up the full storage. So he can download this many apps to use up the full storage. So how many apps does he need to download to use up the full storage? So remember, it's 32 gigabytes, and there's a hint there, 1 gigabyte equal 1,000 megabytes. So it's 32 gigabytes, and then an average app file is 250 megabytes. So how many apps does he need to use to use up the full storage? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is 128 apps. So 32,000 divided by 250 equal 128. So it needs to upload 128 apps to use up the full storage, and that is 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
How much for that?
Then Ricardo, 300. Then Ricardo, Tiffany, Danielle. Okay. Right, so Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Supposed to be working for Benny. She's gonna work back a Friday for me.
Tomorrow morning.
Okay, Truck Life is saying math for 200. If one dog can pull 40 kilograms of weight, a team of 6 dogs could pull this many kilograms of weight. So if one dog pulls 40 kilograms, a team of 6 pulls how many kilograms of weight? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is 240 kilograms. 6 dogs will pull 240 kilograms, so it's 40 multiplied by 6 gives you 240, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Oops. Truck Life.
Okay, how many points for that?
200. So no, sorry. Yeah, he corrected it. Truck Life, 240. Then Empress, Ricardo, Tiffany, Kim, Sassy. Welcome, Sassy. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. She said night to everyone. Then Molly.
Bless myself, Sassy.
Daniel didn't get to finish. Is there. All right. And also Julian came in with 240. Truck Life is saying math for 100.
Okay, so the score as it is, Empress on 800 points. Truck Life, 1,400 points. Both still need 3 more persons.
If an Olympic pool can hold 2.5 million liters of water, 5 Olympic pools can hold this many liters. If an Olympic pool can hold 2.5 million liters of water, 5 Olympic pools can hold this many liters. So how many liters can 5 Olympic pools hold? Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's 12.5 million liters. It should be million liters. So 12.5 million liters of water. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let me just refresh because all the scholars ran out on that one. 100 Boss Oreo cheesecake. All right. Ricardo. So first on the board is Ricardo with 100 points. So 100 Boss run out. Then Empress, Truck Life, Tiffany, Kim, Sassy, Daniel, Molly. Okay, Empress. Okay, Julian also came in with 12.5. All right, so Ricardo is saying logos for 500. This is a double score answer. What name the logo? Name that logo. It's a double score answer. What? All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for. I am not going to
points did Ricardo got?
100.
100 bars.
I see.
100 bars, Ricky.
All right, I see the answer. So, what is Beats? It's by Dre. Don't have to have that. So, what is Beats? So that is the logo for Beats, and that is 5. So it's 1,000 points for whoever got it correct. Whoever first came in with the correct response. So let me just refresh and see who came in first. Ricardo. So 1,000 points for Ricardo. Then Empress, Daniel, Tiffany, Truck Life, Kim, Molly, Sassy, Molly again.
Okay, so the score as it is, Empress on 800 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,100 points, Truck Life 1,400 points.
Tiffany said, Byron, stop calling Ricky name, you want to distract him. Ricardo said, me now look at him, Tiffany, worse me while asleep.
I give him a telephone call, Empress, when Anna asks the question.
Daniel said, me feel the board tonight. All right, let's see. All right, so logos for 400 says Ricardo. All right, everybody run out, skip out, jump out, roll out, don't creep out or you get left behind on this logo.
You're Empress, love me calling name. You are Empress, Byron, love me name alone. See that?
Byron, love me name, you see. She said, love me name, you see.
Okay.
All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's reveal. What is T-Mobile?
T-Mobile.
So T-Mobile uses that logo, and that is for 400 points. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. We know it's a typo, so please, guys, no debate. Don't come in any tone of words. Ricardo, T-Mobile, then Kim,
much points?
Empress, 400.
400.
Truck Life, Ricardo, Daniel, Molly, Sassy, Ricardo, Tiffany. I said, oh, where's Mo? Might still be there in the background. All right, so you give the point. Okay, so Ricardo is saying logos for 300. All right, so logos for 300. Okay, run out everyone. Who name the logo? Name the company that uses that logo. Daniel said, Ricky, take your time. Oh my goodness. Empress said, Ricky, what me call you for? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is MasterCard. So MasterCard, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Verona, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. Right, where did it start? Okay, right there. Ricardo, 300 points.
300 points.
Then Truck Life, Empress, Kim, Tiffany, Molly, Danielle, Sassy, Welcome, welcome, Isaac's family. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. Empress said, make I go reverse the order. All right, so you give Ricardo. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, Kim says he doesn't think it's Ricardo first. Refresh the chat and then you'll see who first came. Let me just refresh again just to make sure. Did I refresh before though? Hold on. Where did it start? Let me just double check just to make sure. Yep, it's Ricardo. So each time we have to refresh the chat because if you once you put in your answer, you're gonna see yourself coming in first. So I always refresh to get the correct order. All right, Ricardo, logos for 200. Okay, name the company that uses that logo. And I'm not confused about that logo today, Sassy. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Under Armour. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Have a jam fit look. I'm calling jam fit. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life. Hold on, Underarm. Hold on. It's Armor, Under Armour. Okay, he corrected it, and he still came back and redeemed himself.
Short life.
Yeah.
How many points?
And that is for 200 points.
200 points.
Yeah. So 200 points.
Okay. So the scores is Empress 800 points, Short Life 1,600 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,800 points.
Empress said to home, a bad man, may I go call Jam Fit. Truck Life says logo for 100, so he's finishing logos. Okay, run out everyone. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Let's see who come in first. Thank you, Taylor's family, for still being here. Really appreciate you guys. Right, and I see the answer. So that is what is Instagram, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. Okay, first on the board is Empress, the 100 points. What is Instagram? Then Kim, Daniel, Truck Life, Tiffany, she's with IG, Sassy, Ricardo, Molly, Mixin. Mixin is still here. Thank you so much, Mixin. Missing my finger freeze, says Empress. Nimble Boss, Mo Fats. Yes, Mo Fats is here. Molly's put Instagram again. Okay. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Empress. All right, Mystic Sensation videos for 200. In the fart spray prank on husband, name of tea and ask Baron to make. What tea did I ask Baron to make me? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. I'm not gonna delay. What is ginger? I asked him to make me ginger tea. Because it must have been the ackee that was bothering my belly. Right, and that is for 200 points. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo. What is ginger? That is for 200 points to Ricardo.
Okay, Ricardo, 200 points there.
Then Daniel, Tiffany, and that's okay. Amali also came in with ginger. Ricardo saying guess right. Okay, Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Prime Minister for 300, says Ricardo. All right, so Prime Ministers, so it's the former Prime Ministers. All right, name this former Prime Minister. Everybody run out, roll out, skip out. Okay, yes, and remember, name of a person is who is. All right, I see the answers that I am looking for, so I'm not going to delay, and it is who is Bruce Golding, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so Ricardo, who is Bruce Golding, then Kem, so Ricardo 300
points.
Yeah. Then Kem, Empress, Truck Life, mixing, but did not write everything out. Tiffany, Sassy, but you didn't put who, Molly, oh my God. All right, so choose the next category, Ricardo, and for how many points? Okay, Prime Minister for 200. Name this former Prime Minister. Hope everybody can see it. It's a bit small.
Antagonist teacher.
What are you seeing, Truck Life? Right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's who is Edward Seaga. And that is for 200 points. So who is Edward Seaga? That is for 200 points. Ricardo, 200 points. Then Kem, Mixin, yeah. Empress, Truck Life, Sassy, Tiffany. Oh, Molly didn't get to finish there. Danielle. Oh my God, my head hurts. Ricardo said riddles for 100. Can be red, can be green. I am cooked with food, but most people avoid me. What am I? So I can be red, I can be green, I am cooked with food, but most people avoid me. What am I? Welcome, welcome, Jamfet. Happy Saturday to you over there in France. Thank you so much for joining. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is pepper? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Empress, 100 points. So Empress first, then Ricardo, Tiffany, Truck Life, Daniel, Sassy, Molly, okay, Exen, Verona, which is who is. Jamfit's a start over there. Can't put pepper, remember, you have to put what is before the answer. Empress, focus on who wake you up. Fluffy Diva, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Friday, saying good night. Friday.
Fluffy Diva.
All right, so who did I say came in again? Okay, so Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? Empress, the 6 sensation videos for 100. In the video, refreshing summer juice, name the 2 fruits used for the juice. Name the 2 fruits used to make the juice. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is watermelon or melon and pineapple. So used watermelon and pineapple, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so Ricardo, that is Ricardo, 100 points. Then Danny, no, he has mango. No, not mango. Nope. Okay, then Empress.
So the score as it is, Empress on 1,000 points, Truck Life 1,600 points, and Ricardo 2,600 points.
Okay, Molly also came in with watermelon, pineapple. Michibu, thank you so much for still being here. Happy Saturday to you over there in Australia. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you still being here. I know the time difference.
All right, big up yourself, Michibu. Okay, so.
Oh my goodness, Empress. All right, okay. Who got the points again?
Ricardo.
Okay, choose the next category, Ricardo. Okay, Prime Minister for 500. Name this former Prime Minister. Name the former Prime Minister. That's for 500 points. Let's see. No, he wasn't. Let's see if he was a double point. That's for 500 points. Remember, name of a person is who. Right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's who's Alexander Bustamante. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Seriously, people, Michael Manley. Oh my goodness. Ricardo, does that look anywhere near in any way, shape, or form close to Portia?
A wicked, Ricardo, wicked.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so Jamfet, I know it was a typo, so it's a typo, people, but Jamfet said Bustamanga. So we know it was a typo. So Jamfet with 500 points. Then Molly, Jamfet with 500 points. Molly, just she didn't put all of it. Empress, make sure you said who before. Okay. Big Sid, your finger and your keyboard not working in harmony at all.
Okay,
then
so
Sassy, 1 second. Truck Life, Ricardo, Daniel. Okay, go.
and so the score as it is: Jamfet on 500 points, Empress 1,000 points, Truck Life 1,600 points, and Ricardo 2,600 points.
Oh my goodness. So Jamfet choosing Empress and Jamfet can't get that. We know it's a typo, Empress. All right, so all right, so Jamfet, choose the next category and for how many points? All right, there. Oh, it's a debate going on down there. Oh, them unite and coming out, them coming out strong. So I love to see the unity. All right, they said that his answer wasn't complete. All right, so Empress 500.
So Jamfet is.
It's Bustamanga.
Bustamanga.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 500 to Empress.
Mm-hmm. Everybody want justice.
Okay.
So
we're run bang with Jamfet, right?
Mm-hmm. So
okay. So let me reiterate the score. Empress on 1,500 points. Since we cancel that points from Jamfet. And Truck Life 1,600 points, and Ricardo 2,600 points.
Okay. Welcome, Active Tripty. Thank you so much for joining in. Happy Friday.
Bless
to
himself,
you. Really appreciate you being here. Mr. Everybody run out. That sound must be united, man. Everybody a united front. Run out.
All right.
Let your voices be heard. Be a united front. United we stand, divided we fall. All right, so Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, his name is William Clark. Oh, yes, we did have a question with that before.
Okay.
Yes, but we knew him as Bustamante, so we have to run with that. All right, Empress, a Mystic Sensation videos for 300. In the Game of Fire video, this many Scotch bonnet pepper and pepper sauce was added to the noodles. It should be peppers. In the Game of Fire video, this many Scotch bonnet peppers and pepper sauce was added to the noodles. How many peppers? Look on guess. Look at guessing. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. People just throwing out numbers and hope one will stick. All right, so what is 2 each? So 2 Scotch bonnet peppers and 2 different hot pepper sauces went in there. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So it's 2 of each. All right, so let's see. So Ricardo for 300 points. Then Truck Life, Mixin, Ricardo,
Who get a point?
300 points. Then Mixin, Mixin. Truck Life, yeah, then Mixin. Ricardo, 2 each. Empress, 2 each, yes. That's a 2 each, okay. All right, yeah, Ricky first. Ricky got it. Okay, Ricardo, choose the next category. If a 2 each, a 4 for you. No, it's not 4. I asked how many of each went in. Right, so riddles for 200 says Ricardo. I'm yellow and the main ingredients for popcorn. I am yellow and the main ingredient for popcorn. Empress go sleep out to no justice. I am yellow and the main ingredient for popcorn. The main ingredient. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is corn, and that is for 200 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. What is corn? All right, so let me just refresh, see who first came in. Kiss my teeth. What is Shamar? All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet. What is corn? So Jamfet is on the board with 200 points.
200 points.
Yep. Then Tiffany. Then Molly, then Tiffany, then Truck Life, and Julian also came in with corn, and Jamfet is saying riddles for 300. You are standing behind your brother and he's standing behind you. How is that possible? You are standing behind your brother and he's standing behind you. How is that possible? Nope. Picture the two of them standing together. It's very practical. There's no thinking into it. It's just as I said, you're standing behind your brother and he's standing behind you. How is that possible? Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. I told you how they're standing. What is you and your brother are back to back. So you're standing back to back. So that's his 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, Empress for 300 points, then Tiffany, Empress is nothing. So
who got
Empress for
Which
300 points. So you need to choose the next category.
Okay, so the score as it is, Jamfet on 200 points, Truck Life 1,600 points, Empress 1,800 points, and Ricky Ricardo 2,900 points.
Right, so we are getting 1, 2, 3. So just 5 more left on the board. So Empress is saying riddles for 400. See, I can fly but have no wings. I can cry but I have no eyes. Wherever I go, darkness follows me. What am I? So I can fly but have no wings. I can cry but have no eyes. Wherever I go, darkness follows me. What am I? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is clouds, or what is a cloud. So they fall, rain, crying, they don't have eyes, they get dark, they get bright, depending on the time of day, right? So that's 400 points. So let's see who first came in with that answer. All right, so first on the board, it started there with the cloud. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress, then Fluffy Diva, Tiffany.
How many points?
It's 400 points. Excuse me. Tiffany. Mr. Grant, welcome, David. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining in, coming in, flexing his muscles. Thank you so much for joining. Then Empress again, Truck Life, Molly. David is saying good night, people. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Empress, I'm going to change my name to Miss Empress. Okay, what's the rest of the riddle? Okay. Oh, it's Empress, not Ricardo. I can never be thrown, but I can be caught. What am I? I can never be thrown, but I can be caught. What am I? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delay. So what is a cold? So you can catch a cold, but you cannot throw it, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So watch flu. All right, so that's 500 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so Truck Life. No, sorry, Empress. 500, then Truck Life, 500, then Molly, Fluffy Diva, Big C.
Well, on the Empress 500 points, so take on the Truck Life. Oh, the warriors.
May I tell you? Right. It says, I'm not seeing them. What is she not seeing? Okay. All right. So who got the point? No? Empress. So Empress choose the next category and for how many
And
points?
so the score as it is, Jamfet on 200 points. Short Life, 1,600 points. Empress, 2,700 points. And Ricky Ricardo, 2,900 points. Only 200 points difference
She's not seeing
between.
them comment though.
Who?
Oh, Taylor saying good night to you all. They've been
Oh,
here from
bless up
beginning,
yourself, Taylor.
but no, they've been here from beginning, but Empress is saying she's not seen their comments.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Taylor, somebody, thank you so much for still being here and watching late bad. Okay,
All right.
Chooksy, no problem. Thank you so much. All right, so she's saying Mystic Sensation videos. In our first video of our basement development journey, name referred to Byron's Bar area by Anne. What did I refer to Byron's Bar area as when I was pointing out the area where the bar was going to be? What did I say about it? And that's for 500 points. Okay. Still waiting to go to storeroom. No. Man cave. No, that's not the exact word I used. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Somebody remembered. All right, what is male or testosterone corner? So what is male or testosterone corner? That's what I referred to as bar area as.
That's
right, and that and that is 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And it is Ricardo for 500 points.
Whoa.
Empress Alash David. Okay. Wait. When me answer. Let me see Ricardo because he's saying me. So let me go back up and see if I missed something. No.
Okay.
All right, so David, choose how many points you want for the next category that's left. It's one category. How many points do you want?
Well, David got that points?
Mm-hmm.
So let me give it to Ricardo. I'm going to take it back from Ricardo. Watch out. Foot. Let me take the man points and I give Ricardo. I think you say Ricardo, you know.
I may have indirectly, I don't know. But it's Ricardo, it's David that it.
Okay. Okay, so the score as it is. Jamfet on 200 points. David, 500 points. Short Life, 1,600 points. And Empress, 2,700 points. Ricky Ricardo in the lead, 2,900 points.
You see how me getting blamed for your mishap? No. Ricardo said, I'll take the 500.
Yeah.
And David, so make sure you fix them points. All right, so he's saying he'll take for 500. Oh, hold on.
500?
No. David, choose the next category. I was looking at Ricardo saying he'll take the 500, thinking it was David. Not the category. How many points do you want from the category that's left? Do you want the 100 or the 400? Read my comment to Baron and hold on. Baron never fight you.
I lie.
And David is saying for 400. It's a double point answer. Name this former prime minister. Name this former prime minister, and it's a double point answer. His wife going to be collecting the dividends.
Can you imagine? It's unfair.
So unfair.
You're still collecting the benefits. Oh my goodness.
Not able to return a percentage of their money. I want it full. Everybody must retire, else must return a percentage.
And yet the way the system set up, they don't even have a mean. Oh Jesus.
No conscience, unconscionable, drunk, rename out their conscience. And none of the farmer ones not coming out and saying anything either. Anyways.
They need to fix the political process. They really need to fix it.
I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is you, Shara? So who is you, Shara? And that is for 800 points because it's a double point answer. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. David, why you giving the joke? Jamfet, who is your Shara? So Jamfet gets 800 points added to what he has already.
Okay.
And Molly's also who's Shara. She didn't write out the full name. Truck Life, you Shara. Empress, Tiffany. Molly tried to correct it. Ricardo. Julian also came in with a correct response. It's not even a pay that end up in Truck Life. Yes, there's so many of them, Tiffany, but he's gone. God bless his heart. God rest in peace. God bless his soul. Me did say if Baron couldn't whisper, tell me about a testosterone corner when him no fear whisper, him a whisper.
Empress not easy.
All right, so there's just one left, so I'm just gonna reveal it. So everybody run out, skip out, jump out, hop out, but don't crawl out.
How much of this is a double score?
No, this is just 100 points.
Okay.
This is the last one.
So I'm gonna start writing it up then.
You gave it's a 800 points that you were supposed to give Jack. Okay.
Again.
All right. So everybody's supposed to be running out on this one. Daniel, now you can. Daniel still put it back. Oh my goodness. Who is Portia Simpson Miller? Or even Portia Simpson will do. Because Portia Simpson Miller. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And the board is clean. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Empress Bernie, see you. Oh my goodness, he even get middle name from Truck Life. Who is Portia Nacretia Simpson Miller? Oh my God, when you know your prime minister, you know your prime minister, your former prime minister. Who is Portia Nacretia Simpson? Tiffany, I don't know what you were looking at. Empress, the next Empress.
So it's John forget that, right?
No, Truck Life.
Truck Life?
100 points.
For Truck Life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Molly, Ricardo, Julian. I mean, yeah, Truck Life run out with full name. Welcome, Ghetto Girl. Happy Saturday to you over there in Germany. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being
Bless
here.
yourself, Ghetto Girl.
Mr. Judge. All right, Tiffany's congratulating all the winners. Congratulations, yes, to everyone who made the board. And
so the score as it is, David on the board with 500 points in 5th place. Jamfet in 4th place, 1,000 points. Truck Life, 3rd, 1,700 points. Empress, 2,700 points, 2nd place. And Ricky Ricardo winning the game for the night.
all right, so there's a correction there in terms of the middle name. It apparently wasn't spelled correctly. I guess it was a typo. It's Lucretia, not Nacretia. I didn't know the middle name. I was just going with what's on the board. So it's Lucretia. That's her middle name. And read my comment there. Hold on. Where voice note button there and Empress asking. Bad things like that.
So we have all the numbers that
Jamfet wants a partner draw.
Please add 200% to my score, please, and thanks.
You sure not 300 you want?
Why? You want 100 for me tonight? No, but no, I told you, not 75% in getting it.
Okay, Empress 894 digit for her.
Oh, for Empress?
Ricardo said back 3 is regular 303. Yeah.
894?
Mm-hmm.
DG.
And Ricardo said 303.
303?
Yeah, 303 digit.
Is this a DG?
Yeah, I know them. And then David wants 408 flow.
408 flow for David?
For David. And I know Jamfet's number.
484 flow.
And I have some screen record for embarrassing people. I say look out per Empress.
So that's it. You have Truck Life and Jamfet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So congratulations to everyone again who made the board. Congratulations to the winner. Ricardo, 2,900 points. Well played game, guys. Good sportsmanship as usual. Okay, Truck Life said to send his credit to Daniel. So put Daniel beside
Truck Life.
And guys, that's how we do it over here. People will from time to time share their credit or give away their credit to someone else. And we love to share over here.
Okay.
One big happy family.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so thank you guys for still being here. Really appreciate it. And we always say it. You could have been otherwise minded on a Friday night and you chose to be with us. Really appreciate it.
That, yeah.
Really appreciate you guys a lot. And thank you to all the new subscribers that we've been receiving over the past couple of weeks. We really love and appreciate you guys, and thank you for coming on board. Thank you for sharing the content. Thank you for watching, because we want to reach as many people as possible, because knowledge is power, and a lot of people does not understand the political process. I am learning it from my husband, because I was one of those who We used to stand on the sideline and said, I'm not going to vote. But as time went by, I realized that is the wrong stance to take, because your vote matters, right? And it's a right, not a privilege. It's your constitutional right. And if you don't go out there and vote, then you are a part of the problem. The only way, if you're not happy with a government, because you hire them, you can fire them. And the way to fire them is with the finger. You hire them with the finger, you fire them with the finger. If they're doing stuff that you're not happy with, go out there, make your voice be heard. We don't have to go and block road and burn tire and throw a whole fridge and whatever. But you can go out there in your numbers to show solidarity. Numbers matters. Stand on the sideline, stand in the designated area that they say you can stand and make your voice be heard. And you show them that you're in solidarity and you're not happy with what is going on. But honestly, today I was really really disappointed with the numbers that I saw come out. I'm not there because we're millions of miles away, but we are watching and keeping up with what is going on. And honestly, I am not myself since this happened. This is just not me, and everybody knows that. I'm more jovial and whatever, but since this happened, I've had a constant headache that I can't really budge. I had to leave work early on Thursday because of it. I didn't sleep well the night before when I heard the news, because I have been there where all of those were having financial challenges right now. So I know what it is. Baron and I have both been there. We started out with just a mattress on a Chris, big up yourself wherever you are. We've not seen you in a couple of years, but he came to Portmore to my parents' house when I was going to be starting life with Baron, and all we could afford was one of those little thin mattresses. And I was a nurse at the time. Thin mattresses that they sell downtown, put it on the vehicle, and he drove from Portmore all the way to Montego Bay. And as I said, we went to live on the ball ground at Salt Spring. Yes. And the abode, the place that we rented was not desirable, and I'm not going to be ashamed to say it. We have come from far. The place that we rented was from the daughter of a lady who had a larger house there. And honestly, and I'm not lying, when she flushed her toilet, the poop water ran across our step. That's where we started from. So we know, what it is like to live hand to mouth. Miss Brown used to trust. We used to go to Miss Brown shop and trust food, right? And sometimes with the pay not enough to cover, we have to pay a portion of it and still owe some, because we have to touch the light bill, we have to touch the water, we have to make sure the rent pay.
Yeah, I mean, we have come from a far place, because I remember, honey, when we started out.
So it really hurts. The mattress
that we had then, we had to put it on the floor because we didn't have a bed.
We didn't even have a dresser. It was an iron board I put my stuff on.
So that is, we are coming from.
And I was a nurse at the time.
Right. But again, well,
I'm still a nurse, but.
And that's why we speak about persons need to, educate themselves, because the only thing that delivers us, right, is the process of education. Then that I choose to pursue education, right, and to take us right from out of that bosom of poverty. But we have done that. We have been there. So when we are here, right, and appealing to the situation, is because we are coming from the very same place where it is tough. So we actually know what the people are feeling. And we have centers around that and defend, right, because we want to see Jamaicans progress, moving from that stage. It is not nice, when you know that you have like 2 or 3 children and you just don't know where the next meal is coming from. It's not a nice thing. And just to know that the Prime Minister did not think of these people in terms of making that decision is to show you how crude the situation is. This has nothing to do with politics in terms of, you know, being directed PNP or GLP. This has to deal with the real struggles of life. You understand? And it is evident that, you know, a lot of people are struggling, right? Right now in Jamaica, as it relates to inflation, and this is the viciousness of it all in terms of the Prime Minister knowing that, okay, all of these salaries that they are going to process, it is going to add to the inflation. It's going to add to the rate of inflation.
But it's not just the salary alone.
Right.
The fact that you have, how many? Six now?
Other
prime ministers that are not even active, and they're really the wives for those who are passed on are going to be getting the same money. So you have to multiply that by the others.
Exactly.
And nobody sees anything wrong with it.
And you see, that's why even going forward,
even they are not coming out and crying out against it.
That need to be stopped.
It's wickedness to the highest level.
That need to be stopped. That need to be stopped.
That is downright wickedness. I know that we cannot afford it.
Yeah, the economy can't sustain it. Can't.
So only them alone must survive, and everybody else must create the little scrap that is falling off the table.
To make them sustain their greed. It's vicious.
May I tell you?
It's vicious. This need to change. This need to change. I don't see why we are, you know, digging taxpayers, right, to sustain persons who are not even helping or being a part of the political process, right? The wife of those prime ministers who died and gone, right? We still have to be paying them.
Full
right?
salary. That's
full salary.
To say a pension
PJ
plan. They want
Patterson.
full salary.
We still have to pay PJ Patterson. You understand? Full salary. We still have to pay Bruce Golding full salary. This is madness.
And this is what Andrew is doing. He's securing his pension.
This is madness.
He's securing a pension.
Vicious.
And even if he becomes the opposition, then he's still getting a good cut. I don't know.
Really, really, really vicious.
Nobody
really
is against
vicious.
them getting an increase, but it's the amount that they're taking.
Right.
It's the amount. It's like you just put poor people for bend over and all on a turn up on them back.
And they need to change.
All of you stand up on them back. And you're there to represent the people, but I don't want to rip us a new ASSHOLE. That's all you guys are doing.
Well, it's really serious. So we in the diaspora, right, have to continue to fight, right, for our people, right, fight for our people, right, and we are not going to stop. Honestly, we are not going to stop, right? So, and again, we have to just give thanks to social media in terms of highlighting, you know, the truth, right? Because the, politicians keep on lying to us for years, over 60 years.
Them take a bullyism towards the teachers. Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave
because
it.
they can't afford to pay anymore.
And at the same time,
at the same time, look what is happening.
300%. Crazy, mad.
And even the judges, where you can't even get the criminals them off of the street because as soon as they get them same one let them go. Eh?
Crazy.
The economy cannot stand this.
It's to show you the
It's already
narcissistic
very fragile
behavior of Andrew Holness getting back at the Electoral. Just being vindictive.
Getting back at the people.
Just being vindictive. The people reject him, and he realized that the people will reject him in the poll. He saw that. He decided to be vindictive. Crazy.
All I'm saying is, people, we need to unite. We don't have to behave barbaric or whatever, but we need numbers.
Exactly.
We need people to unite.
Have to go out and vote.
Unity is strength, and this is the only way you're going to overcome this evil.
Exactly.
And we have to unite.
Yeah, we have to change a lot of policies. A lot of policies one in which members of parliament has to be accountable to his constituency who
They need
voted
to
for
have
him.
a job description.
And have a job description.
They need to have a job description. We're not paying buffoons because of, well,
Exactly.
I pay buffoon in there as far as I'm concerned, because a lot of them don't qualify for the position. And those who are in there now should not be there. They've done their term and they're squatting, and I'm not going to stop saying it.
Yeah.
They're squatting. They were voted for to be in there for a particular time. That time has passed, and we need them out.
Exactly.
They should not be getting any increase because they should not have a job. We did not employ them for the position that they're in now. Their time has passed. They've done their term.
All right. So, all right.
Okay, guys. What time is it? I have work in the morning. It's 10:40 here.
All
So
right.
we are gonna end the live. And again, thank you guys so much for joining in. And for those prayer warriors out there, please pray for the country. Pray for the country. We need the prayer. Well-thinking people, try and encourage our other brothers and sisters who are by the wayside. Because those who are die-hearted are by the wayside. We need to bring them into, we need to educate them. We need to bring them in. We need to give them some common sense, some way of well-thinking.
Yeah.
You know, so that we can all come together and overcome this evil and bring Jamaica forward and secure a future for our children and our children's children, because we have to think about the future.
Exactly.
We have to think about the future, and with what is going on now, if we tolerate it and let it happen, we are not going to have a future. As Baron keeps saying, we are losing our sovereignty, and it's going to be lost with what they're doing now.
So true.
So we need to wake up. We need to wake up. This is not a nice dream. This is a nightmare, and we need to be waking up screaming.
Rough. Really rough.
Guys, it honestly, it really hurts. It really hurts.
Perilous time, eh?
How much more and you can't even say poor people anymore, because as Baron said, the middle class has been eroded. The poor people have become now destitute. And the rich is just getting richer.
But when you have situations where our females, because you know, when I see some situations on social media where females are selling themselves, and right, not that they wanted to do it, but they are pushed into a situation that, you know, it's really sad, and people have to understand, you know, where this is going, right? We have seen, you know, persons who, you know, decided that by any means necessary, they are going on the hunt as it relates to those beryllium robbers who decided to risk them life. They don't care.
Become desperate.
Right, because people are desperate, and the sort of, and where, to be honest, the amount of resources that we have in Jamaica, right, it is just unnecessary suffering. We don't have to be suffering like this, because we don't have, as it relates to Cayman. Cayman doesn't have the resources like us. They don't, right? Bermuda, worse, doesn't have the resources like us, but yet they are prospering more than us as a result of less corruption. So it goes to show you how much corruption is playing a part in terms of, you know, the inflation, right, that we are facing. Because two of the primary columns that driving Jamaica inflation, simple, right, inadequate productivity and corruption, which is taking a big part. You understand, so many budget, so many plans as it relates to building projects, right? That they are using projects, you understand, to definitely, rob the treasury, right? Come up with programs to rob the treasury. You have seen signs that bill in a Montego Bay, right? That sign's gone over to $12 million. Sign in Negril gone to 20-something million. And I mean, come on, it's crazy. It's crazy, right? And all of that is just that, people just need to understand that all of those monies going back on the backs of taxpayers. Our people will be paying that, right? You're going to see that inflation in the shop, the basic food items, right? They are going to be increased, and they are going to feel those increases.
It's not just our people paying it, our children, because
Our
if you're
children, of
unborn
course.
child,
Of
as soon
course.
as them come out and say, wow, they don't want to for money.
So, and that's true, because even children who are not born yet, based on the stat, owed, how much was it? $4.7 million. Come on, that is crazy. That is crazy, right? And we have to get it right. We have the resources to get it right. Look on our backside. How long have we, dealing with aluminum, right? And you are going to tell me that our politicians don't have the innovative skills, right, to turn aluminum into aluminum. So when we sell the raw product, right, to whosoever, right, they convert the raw product and make the finished product and sell it back more expensive. How many pots and pans and plates we are buying? You understand, as it relates to aluminum, right? And we are just, we are just not getting the thing right. We are just not getting the thing right. You have politicians who sort of cultured and believe that, okay, right, he has a level of entitlement because he believed that he wants people to believe that, okay, if he fixed the road, him do something for the community. No, man, it is taxpayers' money, right? It is taxpayers' money, right? These members of parliament need to get it in them heads, so we employ them. They are our servants, right? And that is one of the reasons why they don't have job description. So moving forward, they need to have that. That means we say, well, all right, members of parliament, right? These are certain tasks that need to be done in the constituency, right? And they need to have, right, a KPI. You understand? Key performance index to evaluate them. You understand? And see if, how much they are, accomplishing their tasks or their responsibilities, right, to the constituency. We have seen where we have members of parliament who control constituency and just have it to say that those are safe seats, those within the garrison area like Tivoli, right? Siaga control Tivoli for years. Just look at the people. Siaga control Tivoli for umpteen of years, and look at Tivoli Gardens today. Where's the progress? Right? He has not improved their lives. Right? Look at Tivoli Gardens today. Right? After Tivoli Gardens, people voted for Edward Siaga. You understand? For how many years? How many years? How many years? And their lives have not been improved. It is ridiculous. It is just vicious wickedness, right? You have, look what the people are facing in Portland, right? The people don't have no pipe water. And then, Darrell Vaz believe that the people are corrupt. You understand what I say? So he believed that, okay, you understand, he's taking out his personal money, right? All he needs to do, right? He deliberately not representing, because how long it takes him, right, to just simply, use his office or uses the powers that be or the amount of money that allotted to him for him to spend in the constituency to just get the pipeline and get very blah 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 and run it so that people can get water, right? And people have been suffering because he has his truck, you understand, to truck water and collect from that. That is them things are viciousness. Those things are viciousness, right? Those things are viciousness. And so then we have to give thanks for what social media is doing, right? Trust me, because we are not going to stop from expose them. And that's why they're having difficulty this time, because social media now is catching up on them. Because mainstream media is controlled. Mainstream media can't come out into the political process because persons will be fired, you understand, because they get paid from an agency who in support of the government. So there you have it. You understand? Politics manipulating the media. You understand? And which that should not be. That should not be.
Speaking the truth and speaking out.
You see what I'm saying? That should not be. So just like what the Prime Minister wanted was to do with Zara Burton, you understand, from 18 degrees north. But Zara Burton decided that she's not going to be silent and decided that the Prime Minister is going to be investigated and the truth is going to be highlighted. Thank you, Zara Burton. You understand, to hold strong, you understand, and fight. And yet she has become successful in that fight. You understand, still win the rights to rebroadcast. You understand? And Zara Burton, one woman who stood strong. You understand? So just imagine when all of us,
amen,
you understand, stand strong, right? Because Zara Burton, that single woman, stood strong, right? And gained the victor of Andrew Holness, who sued her, and him, you understand, lost that case. So kudos to Zara Burton. And those are the examples that we need to set pushback against injustice, pushback against corruption, right? Because the people need progress movement, forward movement, upward mobility, right? Jamaicans need to move forward with nation building. And guys, in the morning we have to head out to work. So this is where it comes to an end. And once again, I thank all our listeners to pass through, spend the time, there's precious time with us, because we believe that when you come here, you want to be edified, and we are going to make it into the point of our duty to research the facts, present the facts, and so then the facts that we presented, we will always present the source. If you notice, Mystic Sensation, whenever we are presenting certain things, we present the source to show you that, okay, this is how we source the information, right? Giving you the best facts, right? So that is what we do, right? We don't watch the noise in the market. We make sure that what we are doing is to present the facts and edify our listeners, because you are deserving of that, right? And we are doing that.
Okay, guys, so have a wonderful and blessed rest of your weekend. Have a wonderful and productive week, and you all stay safe, stay blessed, and safe travel on the gravel. Until next week, thank you so much.
Next week, same time, same place, and more powerful message. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
All right.